You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News for March the 3rd here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Good morning, Riv. Cindy, how you doing today?
Good morning, Al. Not doing too bad, thank you very much. March.
That's right, but I'll tell you, it still feels like friggin' February out there. Minus 25 this morning.
Oh yeah, it's cold here. Not that cold. I think it's right now. It's like minus 10 with the feeling of minus 17. So.
Oh yeah. Well, long range though, within the next week, we're talking like 7, 8, 9, even 10 degrees.
Yeah.
And a pile of rain on top of that, along with a couple feet of melting snow. What's there to worry about?
Well, I remember a few years ago here in Nova Scotia, 3 years ago, we hardly had any snow. And when we came out of that, our spring and summer were horrible. At one point in time, somewhere between a sixth and a fifth of my little tiny province was on fire.
Yeah.
So as much as all of this snow is annoying, all the rain coming is annoying, I say soak the ground and let's beat the wildfires before they happen.
Yeah, and fill the swamps. I know that we went by several swamps there last year when we were out, and they were dry. There wasn't any water in them. So that's I was thinking along the same line as you, as we did. The ground does need that water.
It does. So as cold as it is and as annoying as it is, it's really a blessing in disguise. It's a deep, deep, deep disguise.
Yes. Yeah. Anything before we get into the news?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. Before we get started, everybody, don't forget to hit the like and share button if you like what you're seeing, and let everybody know that we are here spreading cannabis news as well as psychedelic news to the world. And there, the headline says, Health Canada continues to ramp up inspections, revocations for personal and designated cannabis cultivation licenses. Health Canada's efforts to clean up the personal and designated medical cannabis grow license program has continued to pick up steam. That's right. Now, according to a brief note from October 2025, Health Canada had refused or revoked over 4,100 medical cannabis registrations under the cannabis regulations, including approximately 3,400 for reasons of public health and public safety as of March the 31st, 2025. This is an increase from previous figures from Health Canada in late 2024, showing the regulator had refused to revoke over 1,400 registrations since 2022, including more than 700 for public health and safety reasons. Now, at that time, this represented a 113% increase in refusals and revocations and a 423% increase in the number of refusals and revocations made on the grounds of public health and safety since March of 2022. It'd be interesting to know what those two concerns were. some ideas as far as what exactly they were. So now they say the newest figures show an even greater increase in these types of refusals. Personal and medical authorization sites have been under increased scrutiny in the past few years from several municipalities and many conservative MPs, especially in Ontario, where the OPP says that criminal enterprises are exploiting the Health Canada medical and personal designated cannabis production licenses. Now, a Southern Ontario county says it's the first in Canada to take steps to manage personal and designated medical grow licenses through a zoning bylaw. In 2022, in Alberta, there was a place there that they called on limits on medical cannabis grows in residential areas. And they say that the number of healthcare practitioners associated with the active personal and designated registrations who authorize amounts equal to or above 25 grams per day reached a new low of 222 at the end of 2023, which was down from the peak of nearly 500 in the late of 2022. Now, since 2019, Health Canada has shared data on the number of healthcare practitioners and the daily amounts authorized with these regulatory authorities to address these higher than average authorizations. Let's see what else. They say that for most of the recent available data from April 1st to March the 31st of 2024 to 2025, the federal regulator conducted a total of 889 inspections under the Cannabis Act, and this regulation's up from 662 in the previous year. And Cindy, it's they've been saying they're going to go at us for a long time, and obviously they have ramped that up.
Yeah. It I'm split on this issue. Like I know a lot of people in the game. I know a lot of doctors that have prescribed. I work with veterans associations. And the max that I've seen, and like the average max that I've seen is 10 to 15 grams per day. And these people have really had to prove it. So, I don't know the doctors that are prescribing like these larger amounts. I do know a couple of people, that I can think of that, honest to God, have needed them for, whether it's fighting MS or fighting cancer or fighting Parkinson's. So yeah, I don't know what to think of it.
Like when you've seen some of the reports over the years of some of the raids, they do include the fact that the person had a license or not. And some of those people have abused them. I know there was one fellow who had a license for 200 plants and he got busted for 3,000.
Yeah, well, I know somebody, sadly, that they have a license for 25 grams per day and they have their grow license as well. And they don't need it.
Yeah. So
I know people that need it, and I know people that have found the right doctors
to do that.
And then they're like, and I know what they do. I used to bake for the people. That's how I know them. So it's, I'm kind of on both sides. I don't like people taking advantage of the system that we've worked so hard to be granted.
Yeah.
But I don't want their abuse of it to take away from the people that actually need it.
Oh yeah, exactly. Now I see we got a comment from Xavier. He says 200 plants. I wish I could have a license for 200 plants. Yeah, people here in Canada, yeah, they got licenses for over 200 plants. Yeah. I've had my license for close to 20 years, and I've just had the same license, same amount. Haven't gone in to change, nothing like that. But yeah, there are people who have abused it, and there's a lot of patients who have gone without because of other abuses. So
yeah, so it's it's a hard thing to make. I mean, I would love them to stop the people that are abusing it, but the way that they're going to try and go in there and do it is it'll end up limiting the people that really, really need it.
Correct. Correct. And the municipalities have been screaming for loopholes and loopholes about this and that for years.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, Xavier, he's getting involved here. He says that he's from New Jersey, and he says this is nothing that's unheard of. We can only have recreational use in the state. Now, here in Canada, we've had a medical program for
A long time.
20 years.
For a
And
long-
yeah, people 100 grams a day. And you get five plants per gram.
Wow.
Do the numbers if you're growing indoors, right? So
Yep.
yeah.
Yep,
All right.
sure.
From there, we should move on to the next story.
Absolutely. The next story is coming to us from Cannabis Health News. Mother of all cannabinoids, the rising potential of CBG and CBGA. I've recently been doing some work with this particular cannabinoid, and it's pretty amazing. While THC and CBD remain the most recognized cannabis compounds, researchers are increasingly turning their attention to a lesser known cannabinoid, often called the mother of all cannabinoids, CBG, and the acidic precursor CBGA. According to Cannabis Health News, role in cannabis chemistry. Inside the plant, CBGA is essentially the starting molecule from which other cannabinoids are formed. As cannabis matures, enzymes convert the CBGA to THCA, CBDA, CBCA, meaning without CBGA, many of the cannabinoids people know today wouldn't exist. Scientists are now exploring whether CBG itself may carry significant therapeutic potential. Early research suggests possible anti-inflammatory, neuroprotective, antibacterial, and even mood-regulating properties. Some studies are investigating CBG's potential role in conditions ranging from inflammatory bowel disease to glaucoma and neurological disorders. This is really exciting research. Researchers quoted in the article note that interest in CBG is growing partly because of its non-intoxicating, making it attractive for medicinal patients seeking symptom relief without psychoactive effects. However, producing CBG products presents challenges because most cannabis plants naturally convert that into other cannabinoids during growth. High CBG strains require specialized breeding and harvesting techniques, which can make products more expensive and less widely available. They are hard to find. Still, industry analysts believe minor cannabinoids like CBG represent the next phase of cannabis science. Rather than focusing on a single compound, researchers are beginning to explore the plant as a complex pharmaceutical system. As cannabis research expands globally, compounds once considered chemically minor may soon play major roles, in the future therapeutic development. I think this is exciting, Al. It makes me think of the other one, CBN. I have used both. CN is wonderful to help sleep, and I find CBG with its anti-inflammatory properties very pain relieving. It's a beautiful medicine.
Yeah, that's one advantage of the legal world, is the fact that those cannabinoids now will be increased, or availability be increased. And I'm not quite sure. They talked about in the article about breeding processes in order to increase CBG, but we also know that they can create cannabinoids by fermenting yeast.
Yes. Yeah.
So they can use that as a method in order to increase CBG end of things as well.
Yep, for sure.
I'd much rather have it out of the plant.
Me too. So I'm glad that the scientists are moving forward, finding a way to grow these plants to increase that CBG output. And get those plants out there. Like I said, I've been lucky enough to try some CBG in ingestible form through my veteran supplier. And I have smoked some CBN, which was just absolutely phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah,
hardcore. woke up with my vape still in my hand, huh? Great.
Yeah, he did his job, right? All right, time to us to move on to the next story. Here we go. This one here, it's coming to us from normal.org. Headline says Justice Department brief urges SCOTUS to uphold federal gun bans for cannabis consumers. Solicitor General John Sauer is calling on the Supreme Court to uphold a longstanding federal ban prohibiting those with any history of cannabis use from legally owning or purchasing firearms. Now, in the brief filed last week with the Supreme Court, the Justice Department opines that categorically disarming cannabis consumers comports with our historical tradition of disarming habitual drunkards. That's what it says in quotes. The department argues that the ban is justified because the public safety concerns arising from particular dangerous behavior, mixing habitual illegal drug use or addiction with firearms. Now, in March, the Supreme Court Justice will hear arguments in United States versus Hemeny, and they say that the Justice Department is appealing the case after the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals determined that the federal government's Second Amendment ban is unconstitutional when applied categorically to those with any history of cannabis use. Other lower courts have offered similar opinions. Does that mean that they could ban you from owning a gun because you got busted for cannabis 20 years ago? Basically, that's what I'm reading. Now, in January, members of NORML's amicus committee filed a friend of the court brief with the Supreme Court urging the justices to repeal the federal ban. They say, for centuries, Americans cultivated, consumed, and prescribed cannabis without any suggestion that doing so warranted loss of firearm rights. And state legal medical cannabis users readily continue to do so today with the protection of Congress. Now, NORML's brief explains the historical analogs the government identifies concern temporary restrictions on carrying or firing weapons while intoxicated or on persons adjudged dangerous, not blanket bans for all users of a disfavored substance. Exactly. For decades, the federal government has asserted that the 1968 prohibition on firearm possession by unlawful users of federal controlled substances should be applied broadly, effectively criminalizing gun ownership based solely on past cannabis use, even absent intoxication or dangerous contact. Earlier this year, however, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives published a proposed rule in the Federal Registry revising its interpretation of unlawful users. Under the proposed rule, federal prosecutors would be required to show evidence of regular or compulsive drug use over an extended period before restricting an individual's amendment's rights. You know, Cindy, I'm not a big gun person. I've actually been on the wrong end of a gun crime, but I'm totally supportive of these people having access to guns. Just because they smoke cannabis, there's no reason to take their gun away.
No.
Like people can get drunk. They don't take their gun away because they might get drunk and have their gun. Whereas they're saying basically the same thing with the cannabis.
No, and traditional, especially here in North America, traditional hunting trips involve a lot of booze.
No, they sure do.
They hardcore do, right? And I've been hunting. I've been using weapons since I was 7 years old. Taught how to properly use them, properly clean them, how to handle them. And I've got my pal here in Canada, so I mean, I'm baffled at that. It's coming from people who just are unknowledgeable when it comes to cannabis.
Big time. Exactly. Oh, and a shout out to Rian O'Neill. Hi to you as well. Thanks for chiming in. All right, Cindy, on to your story, and then we're going to head to break.
On to the next story. It is coming to us from cannabis.net. Oh, let me get the headline up here because there we go. Yale scientists reveal the surprising mental health benefits of psychedelic mushrooms. New research connected to scientists at Yale University is adding momentum to growing evidence that psilocybin, the active compound in psychedelic mushrooms, may significantly benefit mental health treatment. The report highlights findings suggesting psilocybin therapy can help reduce symptoms of depression, anxiety, and emotional distress, particularly in individuals who have not responded well to modern-day treatments. Researchers are increasingly interested in how psychedelics appear to work differently from modern-day psychiatric medicines. Rather than simply suppressing symptoms, psilocybin may temporarily increase brain connectivity, allowing individuals to revisit entrenched thought patterns from new psychological perspectives. One researcher described the experience as helping the brain become more flexible, interrupting rigid cycles often associated with depression and trauma. Participants in controlled studies frequently report lasting improvements in mood, emotional openness, and overall well-being following guided therapeutic sessions. Scientists believe these outcomes may stem from both neurological changes and the meaningful psychological experience reported during treatment, the trip. Importantly, researchers stress that these benefits occur with structured clinical environments that include preparation and integration support. It's not a casual or unsupervised use, and that integration is where the real work comes in. At regulatory agencies worldwide, or as regulatory agencies worldwide begin approving expanded psychedelic trials, institutions once cautious about the field are now actively contributing to the research. The growing involvement of universities like Yale, and here in Nova Scotia, the University of Ottawa, and one out in BC, signals how rapidly psychedelic science is moving from controversy towards medical legitimacy. For many researchers, the question is no longer whether psychedelics have therapeutic value, but how healthcare systems may responsibly integrate the use of them, in the years ahead. And I think that, I don't think it ever should have been taken out of medicine, but because it did, this is a fight that we have, and it's really great to see the universities getting on board, not just with the research, but with education.
Yeah, exactly. They're coming at it from both ends, doing the research as well as educating people. And I have to agree with the first line in the conclusion of this article. And it says, this growing body of research makes it clear that psilocybin is no longer a fringe substance associated with merely getting high.
Which is an amazing quote. Thank you.
Yeah. It's bang on as far as I'm concerned. The stuff that we're reporting every time we do a report twice a week. Yeah, it's more than just about getting high. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. That's it for the first half of the show. We're going to take a break. We're going to pay some bills, and then we got 4 more stories when we get back, including one on why we get munchies. That's in there, as well as some more studies on psilocybin. We'll see you in 3 minutes. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching Psychedelics Cannabis Educational News. Cindy, we got 4 more stories to bring everybody, and we're going to get started with one from the International Cannabis Business Conference, and the headline there says, as everybody reads it before I do, Guyana launches its regulated cannabis program. In the summer of 2023, lawmakers in Guyana approved a measure that legalized the limited cultivation of low THC cannabis for medical and industrial purposes. The African nation Parliament approved the Narcotics Control Commission bill in 2023 and tasked Guyana's Ministry of Interior with setting up a framework to issue cannabis cultivation licenses. The ministry announced this week that it has finally done so. Wow, it's only taken 3 years. Guyana has launched the Cannabis Regulatory Program, establishing a controlled framework for the cultivation and management of low THC cannabis for medical and industrial purposes. The announcement came during a brief press briefing in Accra, where the Honorable Muntaka Mohammed Mubakar, Ministry for the Interior, declared the program open for implementation. It says that Guyana's Ministry of the Interior wrote in a news release that this low psychoactive hemp is the same type legally cultivated in countries like Canada, the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany for fibers, seeds, textiles, food products, and therapeutic applications. Now, during the press conference, the minister pointed out to the economic boost that Canada's legal cannabis industry has provided the nation. Canada adopted a national adult use cannabis legalization measure in 2018, with Canada's regulated industry model being far more robust compared to what Guyana has adopted. I'd say so. Now, the ministry outlined key anticipated outcomes, such as reduction in illegal high THC cultivation as farmers transition to legal alternatives, significant local and foreign investment, thousands of jobs, particularly for rural youth, and substantial state revenue from licensing fees and export. Now, in July of 2025, Guyana's current cannabis industry regulatory body, the Management of Narcotics Control Commission, engaged with the Moroccan ambassador, Mrs. Quadrille, to discuss Guyana's cannabis policy implementation plan. Now, additionally, members of Guyana's emerging cannabis industry are planning a trade mission trip to the Czech Republic as part of an ongoing effort to develop the country's cannabis industry and boost collaboration with other nations. Now, I don't know about you, Cindy. Yeah, with the way that was going there, it sounded like they were just going to allow hemp, but then they start explaining the Canada end of things and legalization.
Yeah, they're definitely going low THC, but what is their low THC?
Yeah, yeah.
Right?
It
Like,
didn't say.
are they going with the 0.3, which would be hemp, or
Mhm.
are they allowing it to go up to like maybe 3 or 5% or something like that?
Yeah, and yeah, well, that's like trying to restrict the limit of the height of the plant, like they tried here in Canada. It's hard to restrict unless they constantly
Well,
test
no,
it.
but I mean, like all the growers that I know that when that first happened, and they're like, "So you just want us to keep topping our plants?" And fine.
No restrictions on width.
Right. So I know a lot of people that they ended up with bushes, like huge bushes. I mean, the same with me, right? Like my plants, I don't know what I do. They usually grow tall, so you have to keep bringing them down. And you end up with all of these tops, like all of these colas. It was really beautiful.
It is. It's nice, isn't it?
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm sure that we will see follow-up stories. I'm curious to see what their low THC means.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, is it low cannabis, or are they going on the hemp side? Like that's kind
And
of.
I gotta believe the cannabis advocates in the country must have celebrated 3 years for them to implement it. Like, I know people were, upset here in Canada because it was going to take a couple of years. Like,
Yeah. So I mean, like, and you know, as we know here in Canada, like once it's implemented, it'll be always evolving. So.
Yeah, and it needs to evolve more still.
Yeah.
All right, on to yours. Next story.
On to the next story. This is coming to us from SciPost. Psilocybin produces different behavioral and brain-altering effects depending on the dose. Quite interesting, hey? A new study highlighted by SciPost is reinforcing something long recognized by researchers and experienced practitioners alike. When it comes to psilocybin, dose matters profoundly. Scientists examined brain activity and behavioral responses, found that different amounts of psilocybin can produce distinctively different neurological and psychological outcomes. Lower doses appear to influence mood, perception, and cognitive flexibility in subtle ways, while higher doses produce much more significant alterations in brain communication patterns. Researchers observed that increasing dosage changed how various brain networks interacted, particularly those linked to self-reflection, perception, and emotional processing. These shifts may help these shifts may explain why therapeutic psychedelic sessions often rely on carefully calibrated dosing protocols. The findings also help clarify ongoing discussions around microdosing versus full therapeutic doses. While smaller amounts may influence creativity or mood regulation, higher clinical doses appear more closely associated with transformative psychological experiences reported in therapeutic research. Scientists involved in the study emphasize that understanding dose-dependent effects is critical for developing safe medical frameworks. As psychedelic therapies move towards regulated healthcare models, standardized dosing could become as important as it is with conventional pharmaceuticals. In short, the research underscores a central principle emerging in psychedelic medicine. Outcomes are not determined solely by the substance itself, but by the dosage, the context, the preparation, the support, and the integration afterwards, of course. I don't know how much knowledge you have when it comes to comparing the macro and the micro doses or not, Al. But it's nice to see the research showing something that those of us that are seasoned with it already know.
Yeah, correct. Exactly. Most of my mushroom stuff is back decades. So yeah, and back then it was macro.
Yeah.
There was, I never heard of micro dosing until, obviously later in life. But yeah, in the beginning, that's all it was macro dosing.
Big doses.
Yeah. Big doses.
And I've noticed, like I work in a head shop here in Nova Scotia and chatting with some young people that come in. I've noticed that with, the 20s, era kids right now, it's still the same thing. Their psilocybin is very much macrodose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't the mushrooms as far as the effects of them that bothered me. It was eating them. The squeaky. It's like curry, cheese curds. It's squeaky when you're eating it. I didn't like that.
What I always did is I used to get mini pizzas when I was younger, and
Yeah.
some extra cheese, and then I'd cut up the mushrooms and put them on the mini pizzas and cover them with cheese.
There you
Then you
go.
can
Hey. That helps.
It
All right.
works.
It works. Okay, on to our next story. This is coming to us from the Marijuana Moment. And the headline there says, scientists reveal what types of food the marijuana munchies may make you crave the most. Getting the munchies after using cannabis isn't just in your head. It's a real biological phenomenon that could hold important real-world implications for people suffering from conditions associated with appetite loss, such as myself with Crohn's disease. Now, according to a new study that also identified some of the most commonly desired food items while high, researchers at Washington State University and the University of Calgary sought out to investigate the well-known cannabis experience, which is often comically portrayed in the media as a hunger-inducing side effect that's coupled with copious consumption of Doritos and other unhealthy snack foods. Yeah, exactly. Well, that might be how some people manage the munchies. The appetite stimulation associated with cannabis has the potential to meaningfully help people with serious health conditions, the researchers said in the study, which has recently been published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. Getting the munchies after using cannabis isn't just in head, as I said. I don't know. See how I got stuff doubled up here. They say that people that might be how people manage the munchies. They say the appetite stimulation associated with cannabis has the potential to help people, as I mentioned. Now, the human clinical trial involved 82 volunteers, aged 21 to 62. Now, the participants were randomly assigned to vape either 20 or 40 milligrams of cannabis or a placebo for the control group, and were assessed to determine what kind of factors might impact the appetite effect. The study also involves similar assessments using a rat model. Interesting, the study found that people didn't universally gravitate towards one type of food option over another. Some participants were inclined to eat carbohydrate-heavy foods. Others preferred proteins, and some fell closer to the stereotype of choosing fatty snack foods. But there were some things in common, if unexpected themes. Beef jerky was the number one things intoxicated people gravitated towards, which this writer doesn't understand. I don't understand either, but I don't eat beef jerky. Honestly, they say I would have thought chocolate chips, Rice Krispies, treats, and things like that, according to the writer. He says, adding that water was among the most desired items. Water. Odd. The rat-based trial similarly demonstrated that cannabis commonly triggered an appetite response in the animals, which pulled levers to obtain food at a much higher rate compared to the control group. The sober animals are kind of like, I'm full, why do I care? They don't put in any effort at all. They barely work in any capacity to get access to food. The University of Calgary's Matthew Hill says, but you get them stoned again, and even though they're now full and they've eaten, they get right back as if they're starving. The same thing we saw in the humans, we saw in the rats. We kind of thought it would make them want to eat carb-rich foods, but that didn't seem to be the case. It just seemed to be any food. Now, the findings reinforce what's been established in earlier research into the endocannabinoid system. THC stimulates the hypothalamus and hijacks the entire system, according to McLaughlin. So even though you're not necessarily hungry, THC can stimulate cannabinoid receptors in the brain and make you feel hungry. There you go.
There you go. Interesting.
It shows that it's not, as I said, everybody thinks it's just all about monkeys, it's snack food, unhealthy snack food, but people are eating and
Well, they said beef jerky, so that's something that's salty and full of protein.
yes, yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So it's satisfying the salt, and if people are craving protein, that's just really interesting that the majority of people crave protein of some sort.
Exactly, which is good. This is healthy for us. Yeah. So it's not all about snack foods. It's just about the way the brain operates once you add some THC to it.
Mm-hmm.
Feed me.
Feed me. Give me the stuff I need, protein.
Exactly. All right, on to the last story of the day.
The last story of the day. It is coming to us from Nature Scientific Reports. Pilot study of psilocybin in patients with post-treatment Lyme disease. And I just feel that we're coming up to an important time of year to maybe think about this as psilocybin for Lyme disease. A newly publicized peer-reviewed study in the journal Natural Scientific Reports is contributing deeper insight into how psychedelic compounds influence brain function and behavior at the biological level. The research examined neurological responses associated with psychedelic exposure, focusing on how these substances affect communication between brain regions involved in perception, emotion, and cognition. Scientists observed measurable changes in neural signaling patterns that may help explain why psychedelics can produce profound shifts in awareness and psychological processing. One key takeaway from the study is that psychedelics appear to temporarily reorganize normal brain activity, allowing networks that do not typically communicate closely to interact more freely. Researchers believe this increased connectivity may underlie reported therapeutic benefits seen in depression, PTSD, and anxiety studies. Importantly, the authors emphasize that these effects are temporary, but may create windows of heightened neuroplasticity, periods during which learning, emotional processing, and behavioral changes may become more accessible. Studies published in high-impact journals like Nature Signal are about how far psychedelic science has progressed from decades of research restrictions. What was once largely theoretical is now being examined through advanced imaging and rigorous experimental design. And of course, the neuroplasticity and the brain talking to each other, it is why psilocybin would be important in healing the brain after Lyme disease.
Yeah, and Lyme disease, as we know, we were talking about it before the show, and we both know people who have suffered from Lyme disease.
Yes.
And what they've had to go through. Here now, because I've been bit twice, and there were several years between them, and the system has changed as far as, now we just got to go to our pharmacy and let them know, and the pharmacist will write out and on you go. But if you don't find that you've been bit, you could end up with some troubles down the road.
Yeah. And that's where it gets harder to diagnose it. And we talked about two people. We each knew somebody that had to go to the United States to finally get their diagnosis. They have, more in-depth tests down there, I guess.
Yeah, something's different anyways. So, but now it's much better than what it was as far as access to the medications, because you used to have to go to the doctors or go to the hospital to get it. At least now we go to the pharmacy, which gets you your medication quicker to get at that.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Anything else?
Whew. I don't think so. Like, I mean, it's Monday, folks. Have a great week.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Have a great week. Sounds good to me. And that's it for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thanks go out to everybody for tuning into the broadcast and to our sponsors, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, as well as atEase.ca. And we will see you Thursday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. And don't forget, as I always say, to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Crack the window, man. Crack the window, man. It's funky in there. Got that loud in the jar smell hitting through the glass. Pass once, eyes low, whole crew finna crash. Ash on my shirt, got burns on the couch. Neighbor at the door like, what's that about? Sticky on my fingers when I break that nug. Whole block know when we spark that thug. That funk in the room, got the paint all wavy. Head so hazy, talking slow, move lazy. Yeah, stanky weed in the air, yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that flavor. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air, yeah. Whoa, whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air. Back porch vibes, old boombox knocking. 2 puffs in, whole crew start rocking. Cousin in the corner trying to freestyle sloppy. Laugh so hard that the ash hit the lobby. Grease on the pan, cooking snacks at 2. Munchie run wild when the pack came through. Eyes like slits, but the grin real wide. Got funk in my lungs, got love in my stride. Stanky weed in the air. Yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that flavor. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air. Whoa, whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air. Got me sinking in the sofa, mind on mute. Homie talking about life like an old kung fu. Hit that. Hit that. Room smell rich like $100 bill stack. Room smell rich like $100 bill stack. Stanky weed in the air. Yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that flavor. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that press. Stanky weed in the air. Whoa, whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
Hey, there we are. Are you on there?
I'm here. Kind of half-assed here.
I can hear you.
I'm just give me a second here.
All righty.
There, that should speed things up a little bit.
Think so?
I hope so. I dropped it down to 480. I'm on my old Mac, so.
Oh, and where's the computer? Is it in the shop?
Got the floor in my office.
Oh, in the floor in the office. Oh, in survival mode?
I don't know. I'm taking a break from looking at it.
Oh, that's not good. That means you've been looking at it for too long.
Well, it starts up fine and it runs for maybe 10 or 15 minutes and then it craps out. So I'm thinking it's power related, but we'll figure it out eventually.
Oh, okay. So you might just need a new power unit inside the computer.
I don't know. I got to take it in. It's out of my purview.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Yeah, for a guy who works on computers, you have to take it into the shop to get fixed. That's not good news. Nope.
But I mean, this is what operating systems do. They're just in the process of forcing everybody to go to 11, or your computer will stop working.
Yeah, I get the notices.
And I switched it to 11, and now my computer has stopped working. So.
Oh, it didn't like the upgrade.
Well, it runs great. Like I said, I think there's more to it.
Yeah. Well, it runs great, but it only runs for 15 minutes, right?
Which makes me think that it's a power related thing. So.
Right. Well, hopefully you got it up there in the north. You got a handy dandy computer shop.
Yeah, we've got one here.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, that makes it being up in the north very expensive.
Yes.
It's not like I can go into the Best Buy down the road.
No, that's true.
Best Buy down the road is 3 hours away.
3 hours. Oh, mine's 30 minutes, but
I might as well just go to Sault Ste. Marie for fuck's sakes.
Oh, really, eh? Just as far?
Pretty much.
Yeah. And it's not as if you can just order the part online and hope that it's the right one, and that's all.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. I've upgraded. I've reset the system. I've upgraded the firmware. So time to take it in so I can stop festering about
it. Right. Well, hopefully you can get her solved, and you don't have to run on the old Mac for too long.
It's working. So.
Yeah, it hasn't crashed yet.
I was going to go outside, but it's like I said, it's very damp out there still. I mean, there's dew everywhere on the table. Yeah.
Well, I know that we finally got our first rain in quite a while. Even our weeds were dying. It was so dry.
We've been getting a fair amount of rain. We've had a lot of storms. I lost another window on the greenhouse. Had to put it back in. Yeah. Thank God for gaffer tape.
Oh, we finally got some rain late yesterday, after supper actually, and so the rain finally showed up, and it was, I don't know, friggin' downpouring for an hour. I got stuck in the garden shed. I could have
I
just
saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
walked through the rain. Like there's nothing stopping me. But yeah, it was just a pile of it coming down at once. And
Yeah, it's been raining like downpouring for half the day, and then nothing, and then again half the day. We got rain coming. Next is it's gonna hit 18. It hit 25 the other day.
really, eh? Well, we're hitting 30. 30s is our expected high, but
Clear and sunny today. 18 is the high, which means we'll get up into 21, 22 maybe.
oh yeah.
And unfortunately, it's 95% humidity.
Oh, lots of humidity.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
rain-
lots of humidity. And rain will be here tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, I have
We'll get your rain tomorrow.
now. Yesterday, during that rain, it was just pouring down here. I have a friend that lives as far as like south of me. I'm gonna say probably maybe a mile, if that, south of me. She is approximately, I don't know, maybe like 3 miles to the west of me, and she didn't get any of this rain. None of it.
I know it's weird, eh?
We just got, like it was running because the ground was so dry, it couldn't absorb fast enough, and it was just running across the yard. Like it was a stream where there wasn't normally one.
I can remember being at Camp Wabican, which is up past North Bay on Lake Tomogamy. That's the camp that we went to when we were younger. And I can remember standing on the main cabin's porch where we ate and everything.
Yeah.
And you could see a line coming across the lake of rain.
Yeah.
That's really cool. I mean, I'm sure I can see it here too. It's just that I have a very vivid memory of that.
Right. Yeah, we still need more, but it would be nice to have some rain that come in slowly and was allowed to absorb over extended period of time.
You're having to water as well, are you?
Oh yeah. Like even like I'm in a spot where the ground isn't, it's damp all the time. It's not like super rain, but
farmland.
Let's just say the grass that grows there needs it's green. It's still green right now, but I'll tell you that green patch has gotten a lot smaller over the summer because of the lack of rain.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Sometimes the only spots where there's any green is where I'm watering.
Everything's very green here. I've got a few spots in the front there from winter peeing. That haven't prepared itself, but it will.
Like any of the tall weeds that have grown that had green leaves on them and stuff out here in the fields and that.
Gone.
They're shriveling up. You can see the leaves. Wow. They're just all, falling down and drying out.
I've seen a few leaves on the ground already.
Yeah. Well, actually on Saturday I saw two trees in the process of changing color. They're yellow. Yeah. They were yellow and red. Yeah.
Yep. The weather this year has been fucked.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Let me see if I still got the picture here on my phone. I don't know if you'll be able to see it or not.
The one thing that
you can see there.
Sucks that we can't share from our phones.
Would be nice, eh?
You can't share screens on the mobile.
That'd be nice.
It'd be useful.
Yeah.
But I can see why they do that. You know, I tried to Chromecast my screen from my phone to the TV in my bedroom, and it wouldn't let me.
No, eh?
I only heard the audio. It wouldn't show the video.
Oh, wonder why.
I don't.
I haven't used that in a long time, Chromecast.
I use it all the time. I don't use it in the living room anymore. I have a computer.
Right, right. So how is the living room? Using it as an office?
I don't like it because I'm in here all the time.
Okay.
And so I like to, I mean, I can work in here, obviously.
Right.
And I basically have a 47-inch Mac.
Right. Okay.
So I can see, I can't see the Mac it's my mom's MacBook.
Right.
And so it's older, but I mean, it's upgraded as far as it'll go kind of thing. Right.
Right. Okay.
But the screen's only 14 inches.
Oh, that's small.
So my eyes have just gotten used to sitting in front of two 21-inch screens.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not working so well looking at the screen on the computer itself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. All right. I got a question for you. And I think you know what it is. Here it comes.
Not doing it.
What are you smoking?
I think I'm going to change that. I'm going to make it an ape asking that question.
Oh, yeah. An ape, did you say?
Or a rooster, maybe.
Rooster? So, yeah, what are you smoking?
I got what's called a big bag of buds combo. I know you can't see it, but I'm showing it. And what it is it's an indica and it's a hybrid. No, an indica and a sativa this time. And what it is it is Thunder cookies for the indica.
Yeah.
And I get 14 grams of that. And ultra sour for the sativa. The ultra sour is ultra sour and lemon margie.
Interesting.
Actually,
right?
I like having more than one strain. I get very cranky after a little while smoking the same strain. It doesn't matter what strain it is. It just I get used to it. It doesn't work. Yeah. So last night I got up after a nap and I made cookies.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to get one in a minute. And I had a few of them, but because of the chocolate and the sugar and the cookies, I didn't sleep so well until I fell asleep. I didn't fall asleep. I wasn't like, oh.
Right.
But what I found interesting is I had 2 this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I threw a load of laundry in. I did a load of dishes. I've been up since 5 o'clock. I had a nap.
5. Oh, too early for me, man.
4:30 actually.
No.
Well, you know when the cat comes in and goes, wow. Right, Steve?
Yeah, I do. I do know what you mean.
He's having a nap at the moment. Right?
Oh, yeah. Our society, we wanted to throw a hairball, so.
Oh, up. Happens. 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, yeah.
That's okay. I wake up around then and go as well. So.
I don't. So as far as me, it's what I'm smoking. Like I said, I've got my mixed bag of stuff that I grow, and yesterday and today I've got some cherry dragon mixed with some grape escape.
You know what really mixes nice of yours is that what's the other one that you got there? That I like.
There was Trophy Wife, the Grape Escape. There's also
Grape Escape and the Trophy Wife really mix nice together. I like that.
You like that, eh?
Yeah, I really like the Grape Escape though in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. I had a mix of them this morning and today. Pre-rolls. I pre-roll everything, as you know.
Rosa, come here, please.
Uh-oh. What's Puppy getting into?
The kitchen.
Uh-oh.
Doing sweetness. You don't usually see her. Al's seen her many times.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Unfortunately, Al's dog and Rosa don't get along very well.
Yeah, Tessa and Rose.
I think it's the leash, being on the leash, because when she
You
wasn't
think it's the
on,
what?
I think it's when she's on the leash. Shush. Okay, lay down, baby. When we go to a commercial, I'll let you have it, okay? I think it's when she's on the leash, she's got that dominant thing going.
Oh, yeah. There's many. Yeah.
There were no issues with Oscar at all at Kelly's. I mean, we walked in and they said, "Hi, how you doing?" And that's it. And Oscar's a little prick.
Oh, yeah.
He's a little Shih Tzu. I don't think you met Oscar.
No.
You met Daisy. You met Daisy.
Did I?
Yeah. We had Daisy and Rose with us once when we were camping with the kids when we came.
Right.
We stayed in Camelford. I can't remember.
All right. Are we ready to move on to the list?
You go ahead and push your fucking button. Oh,
I will push the button. Here we go.
It's certainly high on the list.
You know what you should put on the list?
What's that?
I think it already is on the list. To update that one.
Go on.
To update Al's high five list.
Oh, yeah.
So what do you got for today?
You got to add it on the list. Well, you know, I think by this point, the whole world knows that Ozzy Osbourne passed away last week. And so if it'll open, oh God, I'm going to get frustrated tonight. Yep. Okay, are we ready?
I can bring it to
What's
the
that?
screen.
Yeah.
You want me to add it?
Yes, please. All right, so today's list is in honor of the Ozzy, most streamed Ozzy Osbourne songs. And it's got some numbers there on as well, which I thought were interesting. Here we go.
Mama, I'm coming home.
Of course.
You took me in and you drove me out. The light in the window is a crack in the sky. Can he walk and talk, or if he runs why don't you take what you want from me? Take what you need from me. Take what you want, girl. Crazy, but that's how it goes.
Very nice. All right. Good list.
So, and just on the Ozzy thing, you know, I watched the procession.
Yeah.
And lost it when I saw Sharon and Kelly and everybody. And so I did a little bit of investigating. There's a lot of people talking about how Sharon looks these days, Sharon Osbourne.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And so what's happened is after she I think she got a little chubby after her cancer, dealing with cancer. So she went on Ozempic.
Oh,
And she's no longer taking it because she lost too much weight and her body won't allow her to gain any weight. That's what's on right now. So that kind of thing happening on top of the eye socket issues that Ozempic is giving people. Stay the fuck away from that shit. If you're fat, love yourself.
Yeah, and actually, I don't even think Ozempic was even originally designed as a weight loss drug.
Weight loss? No, it's a diabetes drug, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So it's something that's off script, I guess, is what you could say. Is that right?
You know what? I don't know. I know it was suggested to try it because I have type 2 diabetes. But then it's also been said to me stick with the metformin. So if you're not, it is once you graduate to insulin, you can't go back.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure you can with help of other drugs, but generally, because you're taking over giving your body insulin, if you don't do that, it becomes an issue, obviously. I won't do it. I will stick to metformin and try and keep things at bay.
That way. Looks like Stephen has appeared in the video.
Stephen. Yeah, he's always been here. He was on the couch laying down.
Oh, was he? Okay. I see he's right there front and center.
He's usually within a few feet from me. Yeah.
All righty. Anything else on your list?
No, that was it. I thought that it was fitting to do that. I mean,
I was a big Paranoid and War Pigs fan, so it was good to see them on the list.
I wasn't prepared for that. I don't think a lot of people were prepared for that, especially after the big concert.
Oh, of him passing? No.
Nobody was prepared for that. And as far as I have seen, it was they haven't given a cause.
Yeah, I didn't heard of one either.
They life flighted him and worked on him for 2 hours before they put him on the aircraft.
So do you think that maybe he knew and this was his last, he wanted to do one more concert before he passed?
Was it Keys Butler? Is that his name? From Black Sabbath.
Okay.
The bassist.
Okay.
Said in a comment that when he saw him after the show and leading up to the show, he was very frail. He could not walk hardly at all without some assistance. But he was there. He was Ozzy.
Oh yeah.
I recently watched all of the Osbournes, as well as the Basement tapes, which was done last year.
Oh, okay.
They finished up with 2 seasons last year, and some days he was very slow. Some days he was very garbled. You couldn't understand what he was saying. But that's what the medicine did. My dad, unless he took some medicines, he was a vegetable. If he took other medicines, he could have a conversation and move. Cannabis, with cannabis, doing the whole thing, couldn't verbalize or anything. He smoked a joint. Within 20 minutes, he was having a conversation with his son.
I worked with a patient whose daughter walked into her father, finding him shaving, and he hadn't shaved in years. Somebody had to do it for him.
Having some cannabis. Yeah. My dad said, I even walked in the house with cookies, and he said, no, thank you. I don't. Saying that, my father was a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Old school. Got his doctorate at Harvard in psychiatry, and he was a pill doctor. He was a behavior modification specialist. Cannabis was not on the list.
No.
But funny enough, my first project in high school was about cannabis. That wasn't in high school. It was in at Jesse Ketchum Public School. Was about cannabis, and he helped me with that. I had that first project in school where you have to make something, a volcano, a slideshow, things like that.
I made a volcano in those days.
I put some boards together, put some pictures on a board, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Had a big speech. I was probably 10, 12 years old back then.
Yeah. That things we can remember 50 years later, eh?
Yes, I do talk about it too much.
All righty. Anything else?
No, just say hi to Rose.
Just say hi to Rose. Hi, Rose. How you doing, Rose?
Go lay down.
Jump up there on the couch.
Yeah, right. Oh, she doesn't need to listen. All right, next thing. Move on, please.
Move on. Here we go. We're moving on.
And while you're doing your foods, I said about the cookies this morning, Al, I didn't wake up with any pain.
Oh, that's nice, eh? You can do
And
that.
even right now, I mean, it's there. I can feel it, but it's tolerable, and that's from. And so I just wanted to insert a little recipe of my own, if you don't mind.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no problem.
All I did was I took a pound of butter.
Yeah.
A gram of full extract cannabis oil.
Yeah.
Heated up the butter. Put a gram of oil in the butter.
Yeah.
And then used a Betty Crocker mix.
Mm-hmm.
Mixed it all up. 8 minutes in the fridge, or in the fridge. That wouldn't work out so well, would it? 8 minutes in the stove, and voila. Okay, so you go on. What do you got now? Peanut butter stuff?
No, I got what I've got right now for everybody is maple syrup. How to make cannabis infused maple syrup. This comes from the 41 Cannabis Company, and they say what you need is a double boiler, a oven, some cheesecloth, a baking sheet, and tin foil or parchment paper, whatever you prefer that way. Ingredients is, let me just close that off there. Ingredients is 4 cups of maple syrup and 5 to 7 grams of ground cannabis bud.
Wow.
Yeah. Or if you want to make it stronger, I guess you could add more to that if you want. And they say to decarb your cannabis first, put it on a baking sheet. They suggest tinfoil. I prefer to use parchment paper because I have found with tinfoil is that it sticks to it.
You know what? I used tinfoil trays that I
Yeah.
bought the other day, fresh ones. And
I
have
use
little
parchment.
bevels where the cookies go. They have a little circle and little bevels, and it didn't
Okay.
stick at all.
Yeah. I use parchment paper and then wrap the parchment paper in tinfoil. So decarboxylate it, as I said. Set it up in a double boiler. Pour maple syrup into the top bowl and let it heat up until it's 160 degrees. So get a candy thermometer. Once cannabis is decarbed, place it in the cheesecloth and tie it up into a bundle and make sure no cannabis can escape. Submerge the cannabis cheesecloth bundle in the heated syrup for 1 to 2 hours. After the time is up, remove the cheesecloth from the syrup, squeeze out any remaining syrup from the cheesecloth, and let the syrup cool before serving.
Pancakes, please.
Pancakes, everything. So simple, easy recipe, and I am going to put that in the chat. Okay.
Oh, look at that. I just used full screen for the first time.
Did you?
I don't think I've done a show. I've been here 3 years, and I don't think I've done a show in the living room. I used to do a show.
I don't think so. I don't think you have. Not that I've seen.
It was in the living room in the apartment. Even in the trailer was in the living room.
Okay, so maple syrup. That's in the chat. Everybody get that? All right. Now I've also got another one, and the maple syrup. Not only can you use maple syrup on your pancakes and your waffles, but don't forget you can put it in your ice cream too.
You know what? I like maple syrup is a very, very strong flavor. A very heavy flavor.
Strong flavor?
Yeah, it's a little much for me. Yeah, it's a little much.
No, it's good stuff.
Sure it is. Not when you're diabetic, though.
No, correct. At least it's a natural sugar. It's not something that's been processed. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're moving on to the next recipe, and this one. It also comes to me from the 41 Cannabis Company. I'll have to stop in there one day and say, "Hey,
is that near you?"
Yeah, I'm going to say it's within an hour's drive of me. Anyways, it's a store in the little town of.
But you won't pop in over here.
What's that?
But you won't pop in over here.
Well, it's closer than you, I'll tell you. Okay, baked chicken wings with Canada hot sauce. How's that sound? All right, sounds good.
I'm not a big chicken wing fan.
Oh, aren't you? Holy smokes!
I gotta think bones. I can't do bones.
Yeah. So what they've got here is 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil, and if you have it, why not have that infused maybe while they're going to cook it? So 4 garlic cloves minced, tamari or soy sauce, 2 tablespoons of liquid honey, and 12 chicken wings with the skin on. Preheat the oven to 375. Line a rimmed baking sheet with parchment paper, combined oil, garlic, tamari, and honey in a large resealing bag. Seal and shake, combine, marinade, add to the wings, and set aside in the refrigerator for at least 30 minutes or overnight. Arrange wings on a baking sheet, drizzle with leftover marinade, and bake the oven for 45 minutes. Now, you haven't used any cannabis.
Did you call it marmalade?
Marmalade. Marinade. You probably started to say marmalade and caught myself.
Well, because you're in Marlboro, so I mean it was.
Yeah. So you haven't noticed that there's no cannabis yet, but it's in the sauce. 2 cups of fresh tomatoes diced, half a tablespoon of honey, a tablespoon of can of oil, half an onion finely chopped, 2 tablespoons of ground oregano, 2 tablespoons of chili powder, and salt and pepper to taste. I guess that's what it means. Everything goes into the food processor. Just pulse it 2 or 3 times, and then there you go. She's ready for dipping. So you dip your wings into that.
Dip your wings into that, motherfucker.
Yeah, there you go. And it's it's all made without overheat or overcooking your THC and your other cannabinoids. Okay, chicken wings.
Chicken wing. Not a fan, like I said.
Oh, eh?
Well, I'm not really into bar food, right? Unless there's roast beef there.
Okay, there we go. She's up. She's up. For anybody who wants to check out the recipes, maple syrup, as well as the chicken wings. They're in our comments section. All right. Anything else on the food end of things?
No, I'm hungry now.
All right. You already went and got your cookie, didn't you?
I ate my cookie.
All right. You ready for a song?
I am.
All right. All right. We'll get some tunes to us here. Dr. High. Check them out. Dr. High Music on YouTube. And this is Legal at Last. Listen to the words. It's talks about a lot of those advocates from the early days, for sure. So, Dr. High Music, YouTube, Legal at Last, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We'll be right back.
Us up, they took our names for rolling dreams. They gave us chains, families torn, lives erased. A war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold. The laws were written in blood and gold. 1 billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through. Suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives. No broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way, legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
All righty, there you go. Legal at Last by Dr. High. Check him out. Dr. High Music on YouTube or Dr. High's Emblem on Spotify. Do a search for him on Spotify and you'll find.
There's a few places where he's at, and I see he's been putting up new stuff quite frequently.
Yeah. Dr. High's Anthem. I think that's what it is on Spotify. So, all righty. From tunes to alrighty. I don't think I did this in the last show. If I did, let me know. I have got a cart here. Big cart here. Gelato, number 41.
I like gelato.
Yeah, that's why I grabbed it. It was because I like gelato. I've grown bubble gelato, and actually I'm growing bubble gelato. So I thought I'd grab the pen to see what it was like, the cartridge anyways. This one is, it's a gram. It's resin. And it is 75% on the THC end of things.
Nice.
And price? The normal. Yeah, $47 with tax. So
yeah,
$50. Yeah. CBD is 2.5%. And they say that terpenes is almost 11, 10.75, 10.5.
Nice.
Let's see what else. 100% resin, no added distillates, no added terpenes.
Nice.
And it says contents, cannabis extract. It doesn't say anything about anything being added to it.
And what brand is that, Al?
1964.
You know, I'm hearing more and more good things about that.
Yeah, and you know, I didn't like I said, I bought it because it was gelato, and then I realized afterwards, you know, who it was and all that. And I think this is like the third or fourth cart I bought from them, and they're all the same.
So, yeah, I seem to remember that.
Yeah, nothing.
They also have a really good hash.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't tried that. Wonder if it would work in the Apple.
I can't use my Apple anymore.
Oh, why?
Oh, I can't take it. Same with the student glass. I'm just like, I pulled it out the other day.
Yeah.
One of the boys came over and I was like, here, try this. And it was just like, I couldn't breathe.
Oh, really? Just too much smoke?
Too much something.
Yeah. Okay.
Marcel tried, Darcy got one. Marcel tried it, and he said he'll never use it again. That was
okay. I'm just looking up some information here.
Oh my God, he's doing information. Funny that.
Yes.
I tried to do, we talked about magnesium a few weeks back.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
And
I got my information, but go ahead.
I tried to do a video about it. I didn't like it, so that'll have to wait again until next week.
Right.
It was just like it wasn't the information wasn't there.
Wasn't what you wanted. Okay, now as far as this pen, there we go. Click, 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 click. I got it at Spirit Leaf and Campbellford. Eric's a nice guy.
Oh, you can? Yeah.
Yeah. Eric's a nice guy.
I don't know if they would have that. I'll have to look to see. I want to choose one.
Not to say it's an indica, 75% THC. Say it's favorable mix of gas and sweet. Their vape carts from 1964 are all made from craft flower. So all from small producers, right? The effects are relaxed, happy, sleepy. There you go.
I'm trying to find something that's going to get me through the day and not make me crash on the couch.
Oh, then you want to probably lean more towards the sativa end of things, or find the
hybrid. You know what? I'm finding a hybrid. Mostly hybrids, kind of like a 50-50, seem to work. I know I always say I frown on White Widow. I had some shatter and I didn't mind it, but I could see why I call it angry weed.
Yeah. Sativa, to me anyways, I could see that being called angry weed.
Yeah. Okay, so what am I'm looking for pot wine, right? What did you say, 1964?
1964. That's the manufacturer name.
I'm just looking to see what we have here at my cannabis here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Nothing.
You'll find it. Keep looking. You keep looking, and I'll just move on to the next segment.
Alrighty, since I'm not involved anyways. Al, you never include me anymore.
I seen that in a message. All right, here we go. It's time for that.
So, I was reading this article this morning, and you won't believe what happened.
Tell me.
In the news end of things.
That makes me giggle.
Yeah. And talking about involvement, you made that. Okay.
I like it.
According the normal website says the DEA has seized over 5 million cannabis plants in 2024.
Already.
Well, that was in 2024, so it's not. Yeah, 5 million cannabis plants, 6,000 cannabis-related arrests, according to the DEA's.
This is in the U.S. or Canada?
In the U.S.
Yeah. So much legalization.
Yeah, this would be under at this time, because it was 2024, it would be under the Biden administration.
Which is not.
They say they confiscated 5.3 million cannabis plants last year, and it's slightly below figures from the previous year.
Sure, they did.
Yeah.
Sometimes the numbers on these busts are way not right.
Yeah.
Not at all. They should be high.
They say between 2011 and 2020, cannabis crop seizures from the DEA and their partners fell nearly 33%, before rising in 21-22.
I was just going to say, yep, they started rising again.
Yeah.
Right after they said they were going to not actively be going after cannabis anymore.
In 2011, they had 8,500 arrests. That's gone down, obviously.
So, is that do you think that that's going to change with the current administration? Do you think that they're actually going to do something?
I don't have
a polling thing. What?
When I look at things that are happening, I look at action instead of words, and the action shows the continuation of prohibition as far as I'm concerned. When you name an anti-cannabis person as your DEA, you name an anti-cannabis person as control of the OM.
They did the same thing here with Bill Blair. You know, making him the drug czar here in Canada. At the very
I don't think this is exactly the same.
At the very beginning of legalization in Canada, we had a gentleman, Bill Blair.
Yeah, he was the head of the Toronto Police at one time.
He was commander in the Toronto Police, was he not?
Yeah, big wig there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, and they turned him into the drug czar, basically, in Canada, who was the advisor to Health Canada in legalization.
He was involved. Yeah.
Never smoked a joint in his life.
Name that's one person, but down south, they name multiple people.
Yeah.
One person that they named in the administration says that if you call cannabis medicine, you're a joke.
Well, you know what? If you look at the Health Canada website, it's still spelled wrong, and
it'll always be spelled with an H. The H will always be there, guy.
You think so?
Oh
and
yeah.
They say that's how
the U.S. spells it with an H as well. So.
Do they really?
Yeah.
So it's only Jamaica spells it with a J, and Canada.
Yeah, with a G too, ganja. Now I have seen marijuana spelled with a G, but no, I have. Yeah, I honestly, I just don't see it. I'd be surprised. And to tell you the truth, when Trump has talked about legalization, he talks about it as state rights. He doesn't talk about it as federal. So state rights, that means you can have a state where it's going to be fully legal, and the state beside it, you'll get 5 years in jail. Look at what's going on in Texas. They're banning THC in hemp and cannabis, just THC. Like, what the hell is that all about?
Right.
Yeah, as I say, action is speaking louder than words, and what I'm seeing isn't good. Not good.
Craziness.
All right, that to the next one, which is a pizza joint. A pizza shop has accidentally served pot lace slices. How in the hell did you do that? I have no clue. They said at least 85 people, including 8 children, suffered accidental cannabis intoxication after eating pizza, sandwiches, and garlic bread from a Wisconsin restaurant. 7 of them were rushed to a local hospital with symptoms ranging from dizziness to anxiety. None of them knew that they were consuming cannabis. Investigators are checking for carbon monoxide exposure to track down to the source. Let's see.
Okay, hold on. Back up 1 minute.
Yeah.
Explain that again.
Yeah. What's that? Say it again.
They laced some pizzas. Is that what you're saying?
No, they ate some pizza. They went to a pizza shop and ordered pizza, ate the pizza, and 85 people in total, including 8 children, have suffered accidental cannabis intoxication, and they got rushed to the hospital.
Why?
Why were they rushed to the hospital? Because they were suffering from dizziness to anxiety.
How did the cannabis get into the pizza?
Well, let's find that out. I haven't got there yet.
Oh.
They say the problem.
I thought I missed that.
No, the problems began when the cooks at the famous Yeti's Pizza in Wisconsin ran out of canola oil last October. Instead of buying more oil, the restaurant workers grabbed cooking oil from a shared commissary area, also used by a company that makes marijuana edibles.
Thought the owner initially thought the oil was plain canola oil, but later realized it might have been infused with THC. Oh, and it's illegal in Wisconsin.
So what are the charges?
Okay, let me see. They have anything else in here as far as charges? I'm not seeing anything. They're more about talking about the people getting too stoned and taking them to the hospital.
So what kind of issues were there?
Well, I would think as far as charges, could they be charged with assault? Obviously, serving, if it's an illegal product, they'd be charged with that.
I've heard this kind of thing with cookies. Somebody makes a whole bunch of cookies at a restaurant, makes 2 different batches, mixes batches, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That happens. Or they go to a yard sale and they end up being sold by mistake.
I walked
and the last thing
I walked into the lounge one day and there was a bag of cookies there, and I just helped myself. 6 later, I find out they were like 150 milligrams a piece.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. So once you've ate a few, it's too late. All right, and the last thing I want to mention is that there was a U.S. couple, and they were detained for, they got busted for carrying 72 pounds of hashish in their luggage.
From?
In the flight between Los Angeles and Chicago airport.
What's the?
And they were catching a flight to Brazil when they were grabbed. They found sealed.
That's where it would come from. Not they wouldn't need it to go there.
What? Yeah, I know, eh? They said they found they found 2 vacuum sealed bags, 37 pounds in one suitcase, and another one 35 pounds in it.
Wow. I bet you that's on one of them Border Patrol shows.
Could be. And it says that in total they have busted 60,470 pounds of drugs at the port of entries coming in and out of the U.S.
There was just a big cocaine bust not too long ago.
Yeah. All right. Anything else in the news that you want to mention offhand that you heard?
Yeah, I think there was. Hang on one second. Just look. No, this is more entertainment related.
Oh, okay. Well, why don't we wait till the entertainment section of the show?
I will. Yeah, dude.
All right, we'll do that. Then we'll go from news on to the next segment, which is all right. Now, according to a fellow by the name of Matt Barnes, he is in the, I don't know, but he's in the NBA basketball. He says, I watched game film of Kobe Bryant while high. He says that I wouldn't say that cannabis directly makes you better from an enhancement standpoint of an HGH or steroid or something like that. But he says I would say it enhances your play because you get a great night's sleep. It helps with inflammation. He says I smoke before I play, so I'm watching game film on with Kobe Bryant, and I am high. So he says I'm tuned into his moves. I know his rhythm. I know when he takes 2 dribbles, right? He's going to stop, shake, shot, fake, and get me up in the air. So I'm locked in. But there's a YouTube video of him talking about it, and so coming out in the sports end of things. Talking about cannabis and talking about some scores. Major League Baseball, it looks like the Blue Jays
15-1 over Colorado. That's a friggin' football score, isn't it, Al? They are. They sure are. Let me see.
They are doing as well as they did in '94 when they won, and that's what
they are.
talking.
Are they?
Yeah.
Here I got this. I'm gonna get the standings up on the.
I recently saw a picture of that day, dude. I was down there. Couldn't
Really? Yeah. So they got a 3-game lead over the Boston Red Sox. Their record is 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, we can always hope that they're not going to pull a Maple Leaf and choke.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. You can always hope. Yeah, that's right. You can always hope for that. Okay. Now I want to just back that up. Okay. What else? Scores: San Francisco lost to Pittsburgh 5-4. Detroit over Minnesota 6-3. Miami lost to Houston 8-2. Oh, here's another football score. Philly over Baltimore 13-3. Oh, Cleveland just beat the Mets in extra innings. It took 10 innings for them to beat them 7-6. Boston over KC 8-5. Milwaukee over Atlanta 3-1. There you go. Some baseball scores for those who follow baseball. All right. Any sports related news or anything you want to mention? No. Okay. That means we'll move on.
Why
There we go.
look like somebody who's into sports? Come on.
Yeah. All right. There we go. There, yeah. One last little sports thing. It's more of a local thing than anything.
Not allowed to do that. Don't take backsies.
Is that the new local arena in Campbellford is getting apparently some new banners. So that means if they're getting new banners, that means I will have a new banner hanging from the rafters or wherever at the new Campbellford arena. Let's see. Here we go. Events. You're doing the entertainment end of things. So
I got.
What do you got?
Well, do you remember a movie called Stripes?
Stripes?
Yes.
No.
Bill Murray, Judge Reinhold, Harold Ramis, John Candy, Stripes, military guys. Really? All right. Well, anyways, I found some interesting information about that movie.
Okay.
And I thought that it was interesting enough to show everybody. So
All right.
watch that. It was during an interview with Judge Reinhold.
True or false? Stripes was shot in a dry county in Kentucky. So you would hang in John Candy's hotel room where he kept a bathtub full of beer.
Very correct. Somebody had to explain to Candy, who was like the king of Molson, what a dry county was because he's from Canada. And so when I first told him, no, a dry county is a place in the United States where you can't, a county you can't buy alcohol. And he's like, yeah, right. I said, no, it's true. And he goes, beer's not alcohol. Next day, he just had the Teamsters in on it. And so he got an adjoining room, and that was kind of the party room. And he just kept a bathtub full of ice and beer.
And you rehearsed the razzle-dazzle rifle scene?
Razzle-dazzle! 1, 2, 3, 4! 1, 2, 3, 4! Round, 5, jump over the lazy dog! Start!
Yeah, we had the razzle-dazzle rifle scene. They were all wooden rifles, but there was a lot of spinning involved, and there were big cracks and holes in Candy's ceiling because we kept losing the rifles. And that was so wild and wonderful. That was comedy college for me, you know. Yeah, it was originally Cheech and Chong Goes to the Army.
What? That's what that was?
Yeah, and then for some reason the deal didn't make with Columbia. They were out. They brought Ivan in, and Bill said, I'll do the movie, but I want Harold to be my sidekick because they were friends, but Bill being no slouch. The movie was Cheech and Chong. And so they had to, as they went, Harold and Bill made it a Bill vehicle. Harold and Bill would go into Harold's trailer and come out with the most outrageous stuff that we'd never heard before. Even Candy would put his head down like this to keep from laughing. It's all those great speeches and Stripes, you know, like Lee Harvey. I want to party with you guys. Remember that?
Of course, Lee Harvey. You are a madman. When you stole that cow and your friend tried to make it with the cow, I want to party with you, cowboy. The two of us together, forget it.
And then sometimes he'd go off like some kind of comic beat poet. He would just go off on these tangents and Ivan would shut it down eventually. And we were just crying.
Talk about Sergeant Hulka being the big toe of the...
Yes, you're the big... That's exactly right. That's stuff that they came up with in Harold's trailer and we'd never heard it.
True or false?
You've never seen that movie, Al?
No.
You should get stoned one night and stream it. I think you'll like it.
Yeah, I probably would have seen it if it was originally what it was supposed to be. Cheech and Chong goes to the army.
It would, yeah, but you know what? When it was done, it was huge. It was a big movie.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah.
No, I unfortunately I don't. It doesn't ring a bell to me offhand. So no. Anything else?
No, man, I'm tapped out now.
Okay. Well, we started to watch a series on Netflix called Untamed.
I couldn't get through past 5 minutes.
Yeah. It sounds like you started to watch it.
Yeah.
we had another one, that we started to watch, but I didn't finish it. Okay. Now, as far as events go, let's see what we got going on here. I got some stuff. And gonna go to StratCan. They've got some events listed here. Let's see, we got Brands and Buyers Brunch. I can click on the more information here. It doesn't show up on the page, but I can let you know what it is. It is it's presented by Tether and Turning Point Brands of Canada. And this event brings together top cannabis brands and buyers making shelf-level decisions. It's at the Soluna Rooftop. You ever heard of that? No?
I haven't heard of it. No.
That Toronto? It's in Toronto, yeah. Correct. It's in Toronto.
I know that there are several new places that have opened that are consumption style places, but I've not been. Obviously, I've been there for 3 years.
Yeah.
So.
I see New Brunswick having a farm gate tour.
Cool.
That'd be cool, yeah. Camp Canna, Alberta, that's happening around the same time, middle of August. All these are happening basically in the middle of August. And then in Ottawa, growing relationships with Tether. That's far enough ahead, I think. So there's some stuff going on there. And as well as Kind Summer Fair that I mentioned before is happening August 12th to 13th. So another week. It's a 2-day celebration of culture, community in the heart of Toronto. And I clicked on that. Let's see what it says. 2-day celebration of cannabis culture, community, and creativity. Here, I'll just bring this right up on the page here. And then that way you can see it yourself.
I don't want to see it.
You don't want to? Well, you look the other way and I'll show it to everybody else.
Okay.
All right. So it's at 15 Saskatchewan Road in Toronto. 2 days of celebrating cannabis community and creativity. Highlights include a 2-day event, festival day, and industry day.
Third or fourth kind, That used to be the Kind Winter Fair. That was what it was called.
In the winter, yeah, and they had the Kind Summer Fair, and that's what this is. Kind Summer.
Oh, okay. I see what they've done. So they're going for a 2-for
Live music with 2 stages, 30 plus cannabis brands, Canada's largest licensed outdoor patio with pools and cabanas.
Ooh.
This is. I wonder if they changed the name of the event place. Educational sampling for industry attendees, production drops, and industry-only promotions. Held at the Grand Bazaar in Toronto.
Is it legal or legacy?
This is be legal. This would be a legal event. Now, do you remember there was Kind had an event a few years ago that I went in the summertime that had pool and all this stuff in it. And it was down off of Cherry Road, near Cherry Road in Toronto.
I know where you're talking about, down in Cherry Beach.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I wonder if it's
the
the same
and a
thing.
big club down there. It used to be not RPM. I can't remember what it was called.
Let me see what it tells me. I'll look it up on my phone.
Across the street from there is where they had the at one time it was the parking lot for the fund. But anyways, yes, it's down Cherry Beach.
Okay, I've got it on my phone. And it is Dufferin, bottom of Dufferin Street.
That's not Cherry Beach. That's
No. But this is on exhibition grounds. Yeah, because I'm seeing Better Living Center, Aqua Supper Club. Oh yeah.
Really?
Medieval Times Dinner. I just searched for 15 Saskatchewan Road. So.
Oh well, yeah, that's down there at the X.
Yeah, no, I just don't know.
I'm looking forward to speaking of events. The every year at the exhibition, the Canadian National Exhibition, they have what I've been going to called the Air Show. Canadian National Air Show. And this year again, last year they did it for the first time. They're streaming the first 2 days, the Saturday and the Sunday.
Oh, the air show, so you'll be able to watch it.
I watched it last year. I sat here and I got stoned and watched the air show, kind of what I used to do when I went down to the air show. We would sit in a tent. We had a sunshade tent.
Yeah.
And we'd set it up and sit in the tent and just hotbox ourselves.
Nice. That's the thing, eh? When at the Gold Marijuana March, you always saw people doing that hot boxing in the tents.
Yeah. I don't know I don't know how it would be received down there now, because it is a family all ages event. But the law states if you can smoke a cigarette, you can smoke a joint. So at that point, as I tell people, by the time you smell it, it's just that. It's just that. Yeah. I just on a side note, I had a young lady book my room here through Airbnb, and then about a week before the date, she messaged me. I noticed that it says that your home is cannabis friendly. How does that affect the room? I said, I don't allow any smoking in any of the bedrooms, in the living room, in my office. She said, okay, shouldn't be a problem then. And then canceled.
Yeah.
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 So some people are affected by it, and some people realize that, by the time you smell it, it's just that, a smell.
Well, at least.
Speaking of smells, have you got busted yet?
Have I got busted yet?
Yeah, speaking of smells.
For what smell?
Well, I noticed you haven't been doing your show outside on the porch.
Oh no, the reason I haven't done doing my show outside in the porch is because of reception issues being in the steel.
Oh, I thought it was because your wife issue.
No. You think about the window, the snow coming in the window? No.
Yeah. Has she said anything yet?
No. I usually have the window closed most of the times.
He doesn't smoke in the house, but yet his wife will stand in the window and have a conversation with him while he's smoking a joint. It's hilarious.
Depends which way the wind's blowing, right?
Fair enough. Yeah. My mom always loved the smell.
I do have another spot that I might try next week that I can do outside. I haven't done any, and it's outside. It can't be. It can't be raining, so it's not covered.
You didn't get a booster?
No, not yet. No, other things have been on my mind. So, all right. Anything else offhand that you want to talk about? We got.
No, I'm empty. I'm on empty.
You're on empty. Oh, cough.
Al's got allergy issues.
Well, actually, I've been since the age of 5. Between the age of 5 and 15, I was getting allergy shots once a week in the summer and once a month in the winter for 10 years. Yeah, and I moved up here away from my doctor. I never got him checked again. So once I was 15.
I've gone for one allergy test so far in my lifetime, and I found out that I have a slight allergy to cats. That's dogs.
Oh, dogs, yeah.
Which I don't care, obviously.
Yeah, I had like even carrots. I had environmental and carrot issues, and I ate carrots, which oddly enough, and I still.
Well, a lot of people eat things that they're allergic to that they don't even realize it because they don't get affected by it.
Yeah.
Like dogs. Chocolate is deadly to dogs in large amounts. Sometimes even small amounts. But most of the time you don't even notice anything. Chocolate can make a dog very, very sick. There's a lot of grapes can make a dog really sick as well. But some dogs it doesn't affect at all.
Yeah. No, and it might depend on how much chocolate they consume.
Correct.
Right. But I don't give my dog any chocolate. So.
No, I don't either. Although she's had.
No, there's times where they get into things, right?
Well, she got into my Dutchie the other day. The Dutchies have raisins in them. Those aren't good for dogs.
Oh. The now how did she get into your cookies?
It wasn't a cookie, it was a Dutchie.
Oh, Dutchie, sorry.
Don't
let her get into those cookies that you're eating.
She has gotten into cookies. Yes, she has.
Yeah.
It was I had been I got a treat we have a country style express at the hotel here, and they have Dutchies there, which I love Dutchies, the donuts.
Right.
And I had maybe a quarter of it left, and I got up. I went outside for a second. I came back, and it was
gone. Uh-oh. Swallowed. And then you saw Rose over there with a big smile on her face. And
no, because instantly I get upset with her, and she goes into that.
Yeah. Uh-oh, Dad's mad. It
was Steven.
I did it. I'm guilty. All righty. Well, what do you say? At the end of the day?
I think we should.
All right.
I am so sick of flies, Al.
You need a fly swatter.
I want to get a salt gun.
A salt gun so you can shoot flies?
Uh-huh.
Get some of those gross looking yellow strips that people hang.
Well, yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, but Matt at Shatterizer has a bug gun, and it shoots salt.
Oh, Oh,
and it just explode in the air.
do they? That's if you're that good of a shot. It must be hard to shoot a fly. Flying.
Well, I don't. It's like an air shotgun for salt. You know, you just use table salt.
Oh, okay.
And, it shoots it compressed air, CO2, right?
Yeah. I've never heard of that way.
Yeah, they have them on the line. You can buy them online. I used to have one of those tennis racket things.
Well, last weekend we were southeast of Ottawa, and at a bit of a family and friend gathering, and the guy down the road all day long, who happens to have a large dairy farm, taking these massive amounts of shit down the road to a field. And
the shit wagons, yeah.
Oh, and the flies! Holy fuck! The flies were just there. It was more flies than what we needed. I contributed to this fact that the guy just down the road was disturbing a lot of shit, so there was a lot of flies around.
No, thank you. I've been I try and do my lawn now once a week. I find the flies are more controlled when you cut your lawn down.
Oh, well, we haven't had any grass to cut in over a month because we haven't had any rain. So
my lawn's been doing all right.
Yeah, nothing here, man. Even like I said before when we started the show, even our weeds are dying, and weeds can survive with no rain, right? So, okay, time to say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. See you all later next week, same time, same place, same channel. Other than that, later.
Absolutely. Go.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Jack signs on the ground, friend rolling up from every side, filling up downtown. Drummers on the corner, tie-dye flags held high. Mamas with their strollers, sharing lighters, sharing time. We get high on the streets, steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside door. We're the cloud outside your door. Glass pipes on a blanket, brownies in a pan. Clipboards, pens, petition, change starts hand to hand. Saxophone is wailing, kids dance on the curb. Cops watch from a distance as we chant each burning word. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendor to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Oh, at the marijuana march. We all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. This is more than smoke and joke. This is laws that choke out folks. Grandma's paid herself for that. Tell me how you justify that. Side by side we blaze a path. Turn that stigma into laugh, into living, into rights, into days in open life. We get higher, high on the stars. Steps in rhythm, hearts on the vendors to the bed. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. So at the marijuana march, we all agree, call it protest. Call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame. Yeah, till the law remembers our name. Oh, got trinkets and things. Musicians are jamming on electric guitar strings. Friends gather round now with stories to tell, breaking these old laws. Yeah, 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 yeah. High on the steps in rhythm, hearts on the leaders on the band. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame. Yeah, to the law remembers our name. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. I can't believe it's March and March is marching on.
That's what happens. Time moves forward.
Oh, speaking of time, did you hear what we're doing in BC?
What's that?
Did you hear what we're doing in BC?
I know. I'm fucking jealous. That is amazing. After this switch, no more.
We're springing ahead.
Are you going to say
for the last time?
Yeah. Yeah, that back and forth stuff is insane. Yeah, I'm excited for you guys. I'm excited to see that happen. Second province in Canada to actually have it happen, and I can't wait to join you. Yeah. So how are you?
I'm doing pretty good, actually. You know, spring is springing. The birds are chirping. I got to watch some eagles, and I looked it up, and that is kind of the intro to the mating dance thing, where they they're flying along. I was watching two eagles fly, and the one flew underneath, and they grabbed each other's claws there, and they did a couple of spirals, and then they split off, and the one went swimming over the water to look for fish or something. But yeah, I've never seen that before, and it was pretty darn cool. And American bald eagles, to be exact, in the eagle. But yeah, it was pretty damn awesome. So
yeah, you got to witness the first date.
Yeah.
Very cool. That's very, very cool. I'm sure that was down at the dog park at McDonald Beach.
It definitely was.
Nice, nice. I'm sure you will be able to watch them over the next few months, and eventually there will be babies.
Yep, that'll be pretty cool.
It'd be pretty awesome. Yeah, very cool. We get to see, I'm not sure if it's the same eagles, but I mean, I usually go out in April every year and visit Steve out in BC, usually for 420. This time I'm going out for training. I will be in training over 420, so I won't be at that. But every time I'm there in April, we go down to the beach. We take his dog down to the beach. At first it was Mika, and now it's Chica. And we have the two birds, the two eagles that sit on top of that electrical
radio tower.
That's what it is. And I'm always curious too, like if we see them every year, is it the same couple? Is it one of them that's mating with maybe somebody new? Like I'm just curious. I'm always curious. There's no way to really tell, but I'm always curious to know.
Don't they mate for life? I thought they mated for life.
I thought they did too, so that's why I was kind of curious. Is it the same ones that are always there?
That would be my guess. Yeah.
Yep, very cool. Very cool. Yeah.
I hear it's very cool out there in Nova Scotia.
When I woke up this morning, it was minus 22 before the wind chill.
Well, then I won't cry about this light rain we got that isn't that cold.
It's now gone up. I think it's like 3 degrees outside, feels like 0. But yeah, when I woke up this morning, it wasn't just cold, it was fucking cold. We have another 10 to 15 centimeters of snow coming tonight.
Really?
Yeah. But then we go into like weeks of plus temperatures. So I think this might be one of the last big hurrahs coming from winter. So yeah. Fingers crossed.
Ouch. That's I would say ouch.
Yeah. Yeah. So last we spoke, I was a guest on your show while I was out in Toronto.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean a guest on our show? That was for the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast.
Well, I said you might have heard our.
No,
but
I got it.
sure
I'm just blowing us a big ad here for the Sweet Pea and Mayhem podcast.
Oh, okay.
Which will be
so
on
I'll
next
set up
Tuesday because we're alternating. And this week you get the mushy moment. Next week you get Sweet Pea and Mayhem.
And every week you get to see Steve.
Oh, you lucky people. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then there was radio silence.
Wait, hang on, because I'm going to grab that. Hang on. I believe it's yeah, no. Hang on. I got it. Where is it? Here it is. I believe the saying is yeah, no, yeah, for sure.
Yes, bye. Yeah, no, yeah, for sure.
I should have had that closer. Sorry, the gag doesn't work so well when you gotta
dig through the box to get it out.
I leave it, bah. Yeah, but
that's funny. That's a cute T-shirt for anybody that's curious about that. That comes from Northeast Apparel here in Nova Scotia. And they make T-shirts with a bunch of maritime sayings on them. This one means yes. This is how those of us in the maritime provinces say yes. Yeah, no, yeah, for sure. Can you do that for me? Yeah, for sure. You want to meet at the game? Yeah, for sure. That's how we say yes here in the Maritimes.
Yeah, no, yeah, for sure.
That's exactly it. Yeah, and I like to get Steve cute T-shirts. I got him one about dad jokes, and he's got a couple that I've had actually made out of some of his sayings. My favorite one is, what comes out of my mouth, I'm hearing. I'm paraphrasing. I can't remember the exact same thing, but I'm hearing it at the exact same time you do.
Yep. Hey, that thing that really surprised you that came out of my mouth, it surprised me too. I had no idea that was coming out. It was the things expressed by this mouth are not necessarily those of the opinions expressed by this mouth are not necessarily those of the owner.
That's the one I got you. Yeah.
And very truth. Very truth. It's not always my opinion. It's just something I might have read and I'm spouting it.
Half the times he doesn't even know he's spouting it until he's heard it.
Yeah. Then I hear
Yeah.
it and go, hang
Yeah.
on.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I got to research that. I think I was lying. Oh,
that's
so
funny.
We were thinking maybe that because there's been some pretty kind of cool long-winded news about some of the medicines that we have utilized and studied and done things with, and that new concept that is honestly, because we hadn't spoke about this, and I find this a weird concept. Don't you find it a weird concept that they talk about hallucinogenic medicines that don't have any psychedelic ability?
Hallucinogenic ability, yeah.
Oh, sorry, psychedelic medicines that don't have hallucinogenic. Yeah, sorry, I got them backwards. Because if it's a psychedelic medicine and it doesn't have hallucinogenic properties, isn't part of it being a psychedelic is that it has the hallucinogenic properties? Isn't that kind of what makes it fit
Well,
into the psychedelic?
traditionally, yes. But we have learned through research, whether it be, research in the labs, like scientific research, or through, just personal experience, things we've done, things we've seen. Psychedelics aren't meant for everybody. The hallucinogenic psychedelics are not meant for everybody. And that's sadly just the way it is. Anybody with DID, which is what we now call multiple personality disorder, schizophrenia, borderline personality disorder, severe narcissistic disorder, and there's a few others in there. These people, the reason why they have these diseases is their minds are already fractured. And if we go in with a hallucinogenic and, possibly fracture them more, they can end up in psychosis for the rest of their lives. It's not good to send somebody with those properties into an hallucinogenic, mind-altering state like that. That being said, some of the effects, like the medicinal effects that come out of these medicines, so that led modern science into trying to figure out a way to deliver these medicines without the hallucinogenic properties to help those folks that can't have the hallucinogenic. And they've started. They've come up with a lot of wonderful things. And Steve and I, mostly Steve, have found a few articles. One came from one of my instructors, and then Steve found a few more talking about non-hallucinogenic psychedelics to help people that need that help.
Yeah. And for me, I found it originally just kind of a strange concept because in my own personal experience, part of the change of how my brain viewed reality came from having the psychedelic experience. So this is making me dive into trying what is their research and what is it, what else is it? Because for me, I'd always thought that's what the medicine was. But now it's like, oh no, there's medicine beyond what I felt or thought and my own experience said was the medicine.
No, we'll see in one of these articles if they do say this is not a replacement for the hallucinogenic psychedelics. People still truly believe exactly what Steve just said. The hallucinogenic effects of it, or the spirit walk effects of it, depending on which medicine we're talking about, is a large part for people that can go into that. But again, for the people that can't, for the people that that hallucinogenic effect is going to fracture more or have a greater possibility of fracturing more, this research is going to lead us to medicines that can potentially help them.
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting. You want to talk about the first article you found?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, our first article is coming to us from Brain and Behavior Research Foundation. The title is Harnessing Potentially Therapeutic Properties of Psychedelics While Eliminating Hallucinations and Other Possible Unwanted Effects.
Considerable effort has been made in recent years to evaluate, or in some cases reevaluate, psychedelic drugs for potential use as therapeutics to treat psychiatric disorders such as PTSD, depression, and anxiety. None of this research so far has led to approval by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration of any classical psychedelic drug, such as LSD, psilocybin, or DMT, for any medical purpose, despite a number of clinical trials suggesting promise in specific applications and under specific conditions of administration. Among the lingering concerns are those relating to the hallucinogenic properties and abuse potential of these drugs, which continue to be listed by the U.S. government as prohibited Schedule I substances.
Even as clinical testing of psychedelics continues, pardon me, these issues have inspired research on other tracks. In this article, we will explore recent efforts by several BBRF grant recipients who are interested in some, but not all, of the properties of psychedelic medicines to treat psychiatric disorders. Our focus is on researchers who are not administering psychedelic compounds to patients, but instead are trying to isolate and capture some of their potentially therapeutic effects. Some advocates of psychedelics in psychiatry have suggested that the trip, the subjective perception and conscious altering experience induced by these medicines is an essential part of what makes them powerfully therapeutic. But this issue has not yet been addressed in a rigorous way by evidence-based scientific research. It is a difficult thing to study, in part because the experience while under the influence of hallucinogens, is not only subjective, but may even be uniquely personal.
Yes. Now, past research has succeeded in establishing some basic facts about the complex pharmacology of psychedelics. Among other impacts, they are known to act upon the serotonin neurotransmitter system, which plays an important role in mood regulation. Now, the rest of this article kind of goes into this particular part of the article just goes into how psilocybin does its work in there. And because of what we're trying to put across, we're going to just bypass that. You can always come back to it. And we're going to get into how it modifies the molecular structure, or what the modifications are of the molecular structure. And for various reasons, the hallucinogenic properties of psychedelic drugs make these drugs particularly inappropriate and dangerous for people with schizophrenia and other disorders involving psychosis, which involve distortions of reality and difficulty distinguishing what is real and what is not. That's what Cindy was talking about earlier.
But researchers also have recognized the power of some of these same substances to promote neural growth. Specifically, some psychedelic compounds have been shown to be powerful promoters of growth in atrophied cortical neurons, a fact that has intrigued researchers interested in addressing one of the hallmark pathogens associated with schizophrenia. Analysis of postmortem brains of people who have suffered from the illness have revealed decreased branching of the dendrites that bring signals from other neurons into nerve cells in the cortex. Reduced density of dendritic spines, the tiny bump-like protrusions along the dendrites are the points of contact for axons projected by neighboring neurons. It's how your brain talks to itself. And abnormally low levels of proteins that form synapses in cortical tissue. And they're all are manifestations of the cortical atrophy. it is inconceivable to contemplate treating schizophrenia with psychedelics. Absolutely. Yet the problem of cortical atrophy has inspired some researchers to search for ways to modify psychedelics so as to retain their potentially therapeutic neuronal growth promoting properties while reducing or eliminating their hallucinogenic ones. So what that's saying there is they're looking for a way, which is exactly what we were talking about before the article, to go in and help that brain heal without sending the person into hallucinations or a spirit walk, which may cause those fractures to fracture more. So while they would be trying to heal them, they would be refracturing them. And doing it without the hallucinogenic state is a way that they might be able to do that.
Yes. From there, we will scroll down to the next section on it, which is alter the molecule to target a different receptor. Because in there, that particular rest starts to talk about the LSD that they're creating that doesn't have the psychedelic effect as well. So the first section is kind of about the mushrooms. This one here talks about the LSD molecule and whatnot. And in here, it has been suggested that LSD, psilocybin, and other psychedelics called tryptamine hallucinogens exert both their hallucinogenic and therapeutic effects when they bind at the serotonin 2A receptor. But those and some other psychedelic compounds also engage with a variety of other receptors in our brain, including the serotonin 1A receptor. In such cases, what roles do the various receptor targets play in the drug's effect? One psychedelic that engages both the 1A and 2A serotonin receptors is 5-MeO-DMT, sometimes called 5-methoxy-bufo-toad venom, 5-MeO-5. It's a toxin found in the glands of a toad found along the Colorado River. It's very similar to the powerful psychedelic DMT, the active ingredient in ayahuasca. It is a form of DMT, and like it and others, is being considered for possible use in certain psychiatric conditions. A small study conducted recently in Mexico with U.S. Special Forces veterans tested 5-MeO-DMT in concert with psychedelic ibogaine for relief of acute PTSD and depression. Both are Schedule I substances currently banned for human use in the U.S.
I think we know people that might have been involved in that from the facilitator side. The type 1A serotonin receptor is a validated target for several FDA-approved drugs, including anti-anxiety and antidepressant agents. We all know the SSRIs. Yet, say a team of researchers led by Daniel Wacker, who's a PhD of the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai, Dalibor Sames, who's a PhD of Columbia University. Little is known about how psychedelics engage it and which of their effects are mediated by this receptor. The recent published results of a study in which they and colleagues performed a detailed structure and functional exploration of mechanisms through which several classical tryptamine psychedelics, as well as 5-MeO-DMT and several prescription drugs, bind to and activate the 1A serotonin receptor at the molecular and atomic levels. And members, what does it go on to say here? Scott Russo, who is a member of the BBRF Scientific Council, and young investor, and Leona Praise, who's a PhD, and she was a 2022 BBRF young investor, and they were also members of the research team. It goes on to talk about some of what they did with mice, with 5-MeO and what happened. You are welcome to go take a look, but we're gonna scroll down to the third part here that talks about how it targets specific circuits with non-psychedelic medicines. Another approach is to closely investigate the neural and circuit mechanisms through which psychedelics exert their effects. The hope is to see whether the brain cells and circuits that drive hallucinogenic effects are perhaps distinct from those that drive specific therapeutic effects.
Yeah, so basically, what each of those other sections was doing was it was talking about, because right now, currently, I knew about the LSD and the psilocybin that they were trying to create that wasn't going to do the psychedelic aspect. But I didn't know about the 5-MeO, which was great that you were already on that. And it kind of goes through each of those areas of where they're experimenting in those particular things. The new research of this kind reported in 2024 in the journal Science was led by 2021 BBRF young investigator, UC Davis collaborator of Dr. Olson. I got lost here, didn't I?
Oh, you were right there. You're talking about Christina Kim.
Oh, there we are. And young investigator Christina K. Kim, PhD, a UC Davis collaborator of Dr. Olson mentioned earlier, co-author of the new paper. Dr. Olson said the idea of decoupling putative beneficial effects of psychedelics from their hallucinogenic effects is not, in this research, a matter of chemical compound design. Rather, it's a matter of targeting neural circuitry.
Interesting.
So they're looking at the chemicals to see what the chemicals do within the neural circuitry. Doctors Kim Olson and colleagues used a sophisticated technology in mice to apply genetics-based tags to neurons in the brain's medial prefrontal cortex, an area where psychedelics engage the serotonin system, generating powerful plasticity effects. The psychedelic drug the team administered to their mouse subjects is called DOI, a well-studied compound that targets, as many other psychedelics do, the serotonin 2A receptor.
Interesting. Any more of that section you want to touch on?
It just says that there was a part in there where it said, long after the hallucinogenic effects of the DOI administration had ended in the mouse subjects, the team found it was possible to use optogenetics to reactivate the neural network initially activated by the drug and associated with anti-anxiety effects. And by reactivating it, they were able to restore the anxiety-reducing effect of the drug, even though it wasn't re-administered.
Interesting. Very cool stuff.
Okay. Was that it on that? Or
well, there is. We just want to mention that there is a fourth part to this. It says distinguish how psychedelics interact with different neurotransmitter symptoms, and there's a whole bunch of information there. You can see me scrolling down. We will repost this story on the Mushy Moment group if you want to go take a read for yourself. It's quite a long story, but as you can tell, it is extremely interesting. So if it's catching your attention and you want to know more and you're saying, hey guys, like read the whole freaking thing, we will put it up on the Mushy Moment here after the broadcast, and you can peruse through it when you're ready.
And if you're like me and some of it is kind of above your pay grade and you're trying to figure it out, one of my cheats is I'll actually copy a bunch of it, drop it into Grok or ChatGPT and say, give me a summary on what this is actually trying to say in layman's terms, so you can get the layman's terms on what it is. More than anything, that whole thing was just to really let people know that current science is working on taking away the part that everybody's scared of in psychedelics to help it actually continue healing, which is absolutely amazing.
And not everybody is scared of it, and I still think, like, for myself, the trip is part of it. What I see in the trip for me is part of it, but I can also understand that there are some diseases out there that's not for, and it can be detrimental to people that have those diseases. And the one that both I mentioned and the article mentioned was schizophrenia in particular.
Yeah.
It's a good time to do something else before we read anything else.
Oh, okay. Well, hey, it's time to take our station break. You know, you can spark one and puff one. You can do that anyway, but we can do it without you seeing us this way. But it's time to say hey to our sponsors and our station identifier. And thanks, Al, and thanks to our sponsors. And we'll be right back after this short break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
And I'm gonna make sure it stays that way. I'm having an awesome day, and I'm gonna make sure it stays that way.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day, and welcome back to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, March 3rd. Can you tell I'm looking over at the computer date on my thing when I do that? Trying to sneak over without anybody noticing. Don't tell anyone.
Well,
March 3rd, 2026.
You're freaking hilarious, my friend. Yes, so we're going to continue on. We've got a couple more stories that we found. The next one, for me, it's I'm gonna actually share the Facebook post first, and then we can go into the story. For me, this is a big one because this is coming from one of the teachers, the owner of the school that I went to in Mexico, where I studied 5-MeO, DMT, and Bufo. And it's just really cool what they're doing. And when I read the information, I was super excited. So, I mean, here's just what they posted on Facebook. And this is coming from the 5-MeO Information and Vital Education School that I went to. The gentleman over here in the salmon colored t-shirt, this is Joel. He is one of the owners of that school and of Tandava Retreats. He has come together with his two colleagues from the Kaval, I can't even pronounce it, but his collective ecosystem, and they are launching what they call 5 Discovery. And it's really, really interesting. This is on their Facebook page. So it is Dr. Grin, Joel Briere. So it's Manson Gurn, I believe it is. He is the Chief Science Advisor, Joel Briere, who is the co-founder of 5 and Corey Firth, who is the 5 strategic director. And they've come together to create this program that we're going to talk about in an article here in a minute. And I'll make sure to share this particular post in the Mushy Moment as well. I find it just really cool that they're doing this. And last week they were in the United States at a convention where they announced a lot of stuff. Again, we'll talk about that here in just 5 seconds when we're probably a couple minutes before when I bring the story up. And just as somebody who knows, who has worked at this school, has gone to this school, I should say, I've gone to school. I know Joel, and I know his heart, and I know where he's coming from. I'm really super excited about this program that they are launching. Shall we read about it?
Let's read about it.
Let's read about it. So our next story is coming to us from Yahoo Finance, actually. Business Wire, actually, right here. 5 Discovery, which is the name of the company, launches to pioneer regenerative neurology with non-hallucinogenic neuroplasticians. Charlottesville.
Charlottesville, sorry, I started watching the show. Charlottesville, VA, February 24th, 2026. 5 Discovery announces its launch as a biotechnology company developing small molecule therapeutics to repair dysfunctional brain circuits in neurodegenerative disease and brain injury. The company will introduce itself at the Psychedelic Therapeutics and Drug Development Conference in New Orleans, Louisiana on February 26th and 27th, 2026, where Chief Executive Officer Dr. Manesh Gurn will present on February 26th at 3:30 p.m. a talk titled Beyond Mood Disorders, Reframing Non-Hallucinogenic Psychedelics as Neuroregenerative Therapeutics.
Yeah.
5 Discovery is advancing regenerative neurology, an emerging therapeutic discipline focused on restoring and stabilizing dysfunctional neural circuits rather than solely managing symptoms. Its approach leverages non-hallucinogenic neuroplastogens inspired by the neurobiological mechanisms of the psychedelic molecule 5-MeO-DMT. These small molecules are designed to preserve the validated neuroplastic and anti-inflammatory effects associated with serotonergic psychedelics, which eliminating hallucinogenic activity, enabling scalable clinical development.
Exciting. The company's lead program targets levodopa-induced dyskinesia. LID, which is a debilitating complication of long-term EVOPA therapy in Parkinson's disease. LID represents a significant unmet clinical need and a strategically focused regulatory entry point with eligibility for orphan drug designation, FDA-validated endpoints, and efficient trials. Clinician validation in LID will establish a foundation for further development in broader Parkinson's disease and additional CNS disorders. Neurodegenerative disorders are fundamentally disorders of circuit dysfunction, said Dr. Gurn, who is the co-founder and CEO of 5 Discovery. Our objective is to translate the well-characterized plasticity biology of rapid-acting serotonergic therapeutics into small molecule medicines that stabilize and restore dysfunctional neural circuits without the hallucinogenic effects that limit psychedelic therapies.
5 Discovery emerged from the Cavalia Ventures ecosystem, which established a global platform spanning clinical education, therapeutic training, and applied research in the 5-MeO-DMT field. Building on the world's largest real-world data set of 5-MeO-DMT human observations, 5 Discovery has bridged emerging clinical insights into a structured and regulatory-ready drug development roadmap. Five Discovery is a regenerative neurology biotechnology company developing non-hallucinogenic neuroplastogens inspired by 5-MeO-DMT biology. The company's small molecule portfolio is designed to restore and stabilize dysfunctional neural circuits in neurodegenerative disease and brain injury. Its lead program targets levodopa-induced LID with planned expansion into Parkinson's disease and broader central nervous system indications.
Wow.
That's like, for me, I find it a weird concept. I find it a weird concept that somebody, that's in the medicine, although it's a doctor, but a person that's in the medicine and utilizing 5 to watch the experiences and transformations happen in the environment they are, but still took the time to go, there's people that this can't help, but there's certain aspects, because it doesn't just do the psychedelic experience, which enables a person to see from a different perspective, but it actually genetically heals these positions within the body. There's got to be something in here other than that psychedelic experience that does it. Let's find it.
Yep.
Like, that's an amazing brain to me. That's just, wow.
Yeah.
You're buried in the box, working within the box, looking outside the box. How do you do that? Mind blowing.
Yeah. No, I at first, when I first heard of the non-hallucinogenic psilocybin, Al and I reported on it with Pace News. It was an article over there. I kind of like, but the trip is such a big part of it. And then as we read that first article, and I learned that, there are, and remembered that there are factors of the human, population that can't take these medicines. They just can't. It's going to harm them more. No matter what the intention is, it's going to harm them more. I thought, well, wow, okay. Well, now I see the reason to have the non-hallucinogenic psychedelics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's working, not so much looking at, because all of my journey has been, I want to fix patterns. But in my last one that I went, it was actually understanding that psilocybin has the ability to heal the pathways in the brain, and that isn't about the psychedelic experience.
Mm-hmm.
That's about the power that particular medicine has. And it gives me a better understanding of where this can go. It really does.
Yeah.
The
100%.
physiological aspect. Shall we go to the next
story?
You have more on 5 you wanted to talk about.
Oh, I could talk about 5 all day, but we can move on and look at the next story.
Okay.
Okay. Steve picked this one out. And so, coming to us from the Dartmouth newsletter, study finds non-hallucinogenic psilocybin neural receptor.
Psilocybin, the psychedelic compound that occurs naturally in certain magic mushroom species, has been shown in trials to provide long-term treatment for depression and anxiety. But the chemicals' hallucinogenic effects can make developing treatments expensive and pose significant risks to people living with other psychiatric illnesses. Now, a Dartmouth study identifies a neural receptor that promotes the therapeutic benefits of psilocybin but is non-hallucinogenic. The findings, reported in Molecular Psychiatry, may provide a new potent target for psilocybin-like medications that are safer and more cost-effective.
When people think about psilocybin, they think about acute effects like hallucinations, which are attributed to the activation of a specific neuroreceptor. We thought that beneficial effects reported for treating depression and anxiety may be found in other receptors. This is said by 16 Fleury, the study's first author and PhD candidate in the lab of senior author Catherine Natalia, who is an associate professor of the psychological and brain sciences. We want to understand where exactly the therapeutic effects of psilocybin come from, whether we can administer this compound in a safe way or develop a non-hallucinogenic analogs, Fleury says. These are powerful substances, and it's important to understand their mechanisms.
In the United States, psilocybin is a Schedule I controlled substance, making its possession illegal at the federal level. But in the past decade, the FDA has granted psilocybin and related compounds breakthrough therapy designation for the treatment of major depressive disorder and depression that is resistant to treatment with a standard of care pharmacotherapy such as antidepressants. Its possession has been decriminalized in some states, and others have proposed or passed laws to regulate its production, sale, or supervised administration for clinical psychiatric use, according to the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health at the National Institutes of Health.
Psilocybin acts on receptors for serotonin, a chemical in the central nervous system that regulates mood, appetite, and sleep. Serotonin is a common target for pharmaceuticals designed to treat depression and anxiety. The psychedelic effects of psilocybin stem from the serotonin receptor 2A. They explain research into reducing hallucinations has focused on blocking this receptor, but these studies are inconsistent when it comes to preserving the compound's therapeutic advantages.
Our study shows that there likely is another target. Researchers have narrowly focused on the 2A receptor because we know it causes hallucinations, but the screening profiles of psilocybin show that these drugs bind to nearly all of the serotonin receptors. Fleury and Nadiel developed a new model to study the antidepressant and anti-anxiety effects of psilocybin in mice. They used this model to study the brains and behavior of mice given psilocybin and found that the compound's positive behavioral effects are rooted through serotonin receptor 1B in addition to 2A.
The serotonin system is similar across many species, including mice and humans, Natalia says, with the 1B receptor serving as a target for many anti-migraine medications. The study results could help overcome the significant obstacle to using psilocybin medically. They say studies have shown that even one dose of the compound can relieve symptoms of depression and anxiety for several weeks and can last as long as up to 6 to 12 months.
But many people who might benefit from those effects, such as those with schizophrenia spectrum disorders or a family history of psychosis, are unable to take psilocybin because of the risk of psychedelics to trigger psychosis. At the same time, testing and administering drugs derived from psilocybin is weighed down by the cost of providing caretakers to safely guide people through the hallucinogenic experience, she says.
Yeah. Even people without a history of psychotic disorder still have the propensity to enter a high anxious state. And that's why that's what is controlled in the trials. There we go. We know this can be done safely, but we still don't know which of the many safeguards deployed in these settings are necessary for reductions in quote unquote bad trips in psychiatric treatment. The bad trips necessarily aren't bad trips, by the way. You just, you're facing your demons and it can appear bad. The substances have the potential to open new avenues for clinical therapy and therapeutic medicines, Fleury says. It's important to find better treatments that are more efficient and more effective for people, but it's also important that we have a safe way of doing that.
Well, as someone who microdoses and has used psilocybin for a lot of my brain healing, both for post-concussion and for PTSD, I could honestly say if I knew there was a safe method of doing mushrooms without getting that high all the time, right? Because that's what microdosing is, taking smaller amounts and not getting that high. But if a person had the ability to do the bigger amounts to instigate the healing of the neural pathways and the damaged areas in the brain without having the high, I'd have been on that train a long time ago. I would have been on that. Oh, what? So, this is, I love that we're doing this because it's also giving me, as we're going through, it's giving me a better understanding of the potential that it has, because they all heal areas of the brain. And 5-MeO able to heal off areas that are in atrophy. Atrophy is just you're not using it, it's rotting. That's what that is. And it has the ability to get in there and make that work. Brilliant.
Absolutely.
Hey, there's a few more psychedelics out there. You rich people, why don't you fund a few of those as well? Let's get on some of the others. I know they're working with ibogaine and iboga. There's other ones out there. Let's get that train rolling. Let's find all the little things that are because the difference is it's not medicating, it's healing pathways. It's not medicating the symptoms of damaged pathways.
Yeah,
it's healing pathways.
It's a big difference. Yeah.
Yes.
What are you reading?
Oh, one of the comments in there. Where are we rating Hidalgo on a scale of 1 to 10? I don't get that one.
No, nor do I, but that's okay.
Okay. AI throwing in questions for us, eh?
It might be.
No, I think this is actually it's neat because what it did is for me, it separated that aspect of psychedelics being the psychedelic experience in the healing. But no, there's a lot of healing through the mechanism of the ingredients in those mushrooms or those medicines, in the ingredients of how they enter our body and what they trigger for the physiological processes of healing.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
big.
I know a lady in Ontario is she helps to heal and she helps to control her MS by using large amounts of cannabis and psilocybin. And she takes a large amount of psilocybin weekly. And she doesn't get high on it anymore. She could eat 10 grams and it doesn't, like, the hallucinogenic effects, as we know, of course, because magic mushrooms are anti-addictive and the hallucinogenic effects stop after you've been taking them for so long. But she still gets the anti-inflammatory and the help with the cannabis to fight the pain and the shakes from the MS. So it just, like, I mean, as I was reading along and learning about this on the Pace News, I thought of her and I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, like she takes a large amount of psilocybin every week and never, like, just doesn't get high anymore, but she gets amazing effects, medical effects from it. So yeah, I can see how maybe finding a way to treat people with large doses of these medicines, like hero doses or full doses, as we call them, without those side effects could be therapeutic for some disorders or some diseases.
Yeah, ones that we currently don't have a whole lot of
help for
stuff
besides over medicating somebody with pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
And which, like, I mean, most of those people that have those diseases, like, I mean, one of the most common things that they go through is that they'll take the medicines for so long, it'll help balance things out, but they don't like the side effects. So they throw the medicines away and a few weeks later, they're back to where they started. Because the side effects from those medicines are just so bleh.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I'm one of those guys.
Yeah, to help heal them without all that, with, like,
have the SSRIs and the SRIs.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
Same.
It's like, yep. You know, when you find one that works for a while, boy, is that a beautiful thing. But
then it eventually stops working. Our bodies create a tolerance to it, and it's like taking a sugar pill, a placebo.
Yeah. And unfortunately, when you read the side effects of any of them, they're mind-boggling. That was
It's disgusting.
Yeah, that was the
One of the worst side effects for all of my SSRIs was death. I switched it out for mushrooms, laughter. I'll take laughter over death any day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not a that's a hard side effect to fix. Wow.
Yeah. Very interesting.
What a concept. But I could see, even in my own healing path, I could see if those were available with some people do like to do psychedelics as a recreational thing. I did when I was younger, not knowing really what all was going on, but I'm realizing now that a lot of it was just doing resets on a already problematic brain, and but I can see if you have the ability to do them, it gives more room for healing. How do I say that correctly?
It gives more opportunity to those that didn't have the opportunity to start with. Is the way I see it. There is a very lovely gentleman in my town that 90% of the people are scared of because he's got schizophrenia. He doesn't want to take the medicines because he hates the side effects, which I get. I've met him both on those medicines when he's been quote unquote normal, and off those medicines when he's his normal. And the big difference is when he's on the medicines, he's fighting his demons in his brain. And when he's not on those medicines, those modern, whatever they are, he's doing it outwardly. That internal dialogue is coming out of his mouth. So he's walking along and he's fighting with the demons. He's telling them to fuck off and out of his way and fuck you. And so people are thinking that they're being yelled at, but he doesn't even know that they're there. Like, swear to God, right? And, he's out and he panhandles and he does his thing. And, he's a completely harmless guy. And really he has a lovely heart about him. I've seen him protect kids and, stop kids from being bullied in a weird way, but still, he does it. And if he could be offered something that could help him and not have those disgusting side effects and help him heal, I just think that would be a beautiful thing. So then it would give other people the opportunity to see the beautiful human that he is without hurting him.
Yep, it opens up a lot of avenues for a lot of people that just don't have the avenues. Because you're right, they still are fighting in their head.
Yes,
the fight is still on. You've still got
even if they're on these medicines that numb it or dull it or quiet their outward thing, they're still in there arguing, and that those broken pathways are still broken.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow. And then for those of us that can use even the psychedelic end, it gives more options, so you don't have to use as much of the psychedelic end. You can
if you don't want to
utilize more.
If you don't want to risk doing a quote unquote full release to be able to go into medicine without the hallucinogenic side effect of it would be beautiful. Because last week,
I think a way you could introduce, like, some of the older people are scared even of the microdosing aspect of mushrooms, but if they could experience the mushroom without the psychedelic and get comfortable with the mushroom, then they may just end up wanting to do one later anyway and experience the psychedelic.
Yeah.
The brain is healed.
I also think, like, last week I went for 5-MeO and I made sure that I didn't take enough medicine to do a full release, simply because I have the injury from the fall and I can get a little dynamic when I full release, I've been told. Hit things and whatnot if I go too far, and I didn't want to injure myself again, really, from movement. So, I think to that, wow, find a way to medicate without the worry of the full release, so you can stay inside your own faculties, no matter where no matter if you have one of these diseases or not. I think is a beautiful thing. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Very cool stuff.
Concepts. Never in my mind did I ever dream that psychedelics would be talked about for healing in my lifetime. And to add on, that we researched on how to remove the psychedelic effect and still maintain a whole pile of the physiological healing. That's just a whole nother level to it all. I never figured I'd see legal weed in my lifetime. So to see cannabis made legal recreationally. There's still a fight for the medical, but hey, they it's a change that I never expected. I think that releasing medicines and making them more viable is a great thing for society.
I agree. And you'll see the non-hallucinogenic become legal before you see the hallucinogenic become legal for pharmaceutical, like pharmacies to dole out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and it'll be covered by Health Canada, or your provincial whatever, way quicker than, getting a mushroom would be covered. So, that's another benefit for those people that can't afford it. Like, this is something that could potentially become covered and therefore more accessible for those people that just don't have the money.
Wow, we can only hope and dream, eh? We can only hope and dream.
Yes.
I never dreamt that this would happen, and look at it now. Wow, what's going to be happening in the near future?
I never dreamt that we would see legal cannabis. I never dreamt that we would be studying these medicines for therapeutic purposes, let alone trying to find a way for everybody to be able to have these medicines. And then I take a look inward at my own personal life, and I never thought I would be here with a podcast and serving medicines and doing my own healing. I thought that at a very young age, I thought that I was in for a life of torment and fighting my demons until the day I died, which I, figured would be a hell of a lot earlier than the 54 years I'm at now. So, yeah, it's incredible to look back 10 years ago and let that Cindy look forward and see everything that's happened. Like, she's just in freaking awe.
Yeah.
I've been walking the path, so I am in awe, but in a different way, because of course we've been walking with it. But if I take a look at my past parts, they're like, holy fudge nut, look at what the world has become.
Yeah, never could have seen that coming.
Mm-mm.
Yep, that's why to keep walking the path. You never know what's coming. Sometimes it's glorious.
It is.
Hey, we're up to that time.
We are at that time.
I guess we should say goodbye and thank you to everybody that's hanging out with us. Thanks to Al for letting us be on the station. Thanks to our sponsors for sponsoring us to be able to have this show. Thanks to my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy. And thanks to life for living.
Yes. See you in 2 weeks, folks.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Yeah. Sunrise kisses, the morning dew, green leaves reaching for sky so blue. Tiny crystals, they catch the light, growing stronger day and through the night. Oh, sweet green medicine, you're my good friend. Every day you bloom, chasing away the gloom. Soft breeze whispers a gentle tune, dancing branches beneath the moon. Every perfume a sweet delight, everything feels so perfectly right. Sweet green medicine, you're my good friend. Every day you bloom, chasing away the gloom. From a small seed, a giant grows. Nature's magic, everyone knows. Healing power in every part. You're a true work of art. Oh, sweet green medicine, you're my good friend. Every day you bloom, chasing away the gloom.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yes, indeed, it is. It is time for hemp. Thank you for tuning in. I am your host, Casper Leach, and all around the world, it's always time for hemp. And you can go to timeforhemp.news and find that to be true. And you'll also find lots of free content to download to share with your friends. On the program today, we got a groovy guest, and we're going to kick it off by saying hello to our joint host first. And don't forget, anytime you hear the word joint on the big broadcast, we want you to puff out and say hi here at Time for Hemp. And we're going to kick it off with my joint host up in Canada, Al Graham. Hey, Al, what's going on up in Canada?
Hey, Casper, how you doing? I'm doing all right. I can tell you that, it's that time of year. We're enjoying the herb.
And you got a lot going on at a Groovy Network, don't you?
Yes. Pace Network. You can find us at paceradio.net. We cover cannabis as well as psychedelics 7 days a week.
And we've also got an author on the program who wrote this groovy book about all of our joint friends. And he's our joint host as well, Al Bird. Hey, Al.
Good afternoon, evening, depending when you're seeing us. Yep, that's it. That's the book I wrote. It's called For Country and Cannabis. It's a 40-year history of how did we get medical cannabis in the world anyway. It's written about the United States, but everything that happens in the United States happens everywhere. And while we're talking about cannabis and everywhere, we have a long way between us. Al is up there in Ontario, and I'm down in the panhandle of Florida. So we got thousands of miles here. But one thing I wanted to point out is thousands of miles away in Europe, we have some 30 countries that have cannabis in their pharmacopoeia. In other words, are available for medicine in those countries. Portugal, United Kingdom, Germany, so not particularly throwback countries. They're very much aware of what good health is. And for those people in those countries, they could get cannabis. And in this country, veterans can use cannabis in veteran facilities in legal cannabis states, meaning either legal or medical, which is a problem we're going to talk to a little bit later with our guest, Brian Buckley, who is coming back again for a second time with us to talk about his movie. I have it from Inside Information. It looks like Brian's going to be the star, that he might be being found. Huh? So maybe we could bring Brian on.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome, Brian.
Thank you very much. Great to be back.
Good to see you. Well, listen, the movie, although we're making some fun here, and it is fun to do that to a Marine. The other thing is, this movie is a pretty serious subject. Not a serious subjects I've had to deal with in my lifetime, and it goes on. It goes on every day and every night, everywhere, and we got to stop it somehow. So one of the approaches, apparently, and I'm going to let Brian tell you about this, is he has an acquaintance, a friend, and they have a movie. And Brian Buckley, please explain to us where you are and where this is. And I think Al Graham, you can bring up something on there. Yeah, here we go.
I'll do that.
Yeah, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So, friends of mine that I served with in the Marine Corps were doing an ayahuasca ceremony, and they met this great Army veteran named Jason Baldwin. And Jason has been in, the acting industry, if you will, for quite some time now. And, has done some things on CBS that shows SWAT and some other roles here and there. But I believe after what happened during August of 2021, during that chaotic, quote unquote, withdrawal of Afghanistan, really hit a lot of veterans very hard, especially the veterans of the global war on terrorism. Essentially we went into Afghanistan and, we leave 20 years later and it's probably in a worse place than it was when we got there. So he wrote this script for a movie called Tourniquet. And why I really wanted to get involved with this is the massive problem we're having with veteran suicide. If you actually looked at the military members we lost in the Korean War, the Vietnam War, Persian Gulf War and the global war on terrorism, we've lost actually more people from 2001 to now from suicide than we did in all those wars combined. It's a very, very, very serious issue that people just are not discussing. And what I think this movie will do is really highlight the situations we're having and kind of make it more mainstream. And hopefully it will lead to helping to reduce this veteran suicide situation.
Well,
you know,
that's a pretty high number and a pretty odd fact. What on earth is driving that many human beings who have served their country and defended our freedoms to take their life?
You know, I wish we had the answer. I sit on a veteran advisory board for a member of the United States Congress named Madeleine Dean. And Madeleine, she's a Democrat. My political party is the United States of America. And I just think if your country asks you to serve, you serve. So I will help out Democrats, I'll help out Republicans and everyone in between. Mm-hmm. And we were having a conversation on one of our phone calls probably back in the early spring. And, you know, I'm not going to go down a political realm here, but we were talking about some of the things that was going on with the VA. And in terms of, you know, do we have enough doctors and so on and so forth. And that can go any way you want to take it. And I was kind of quiet during it. And I was asked, you know, what are you thinking about? And I'm like, well, the summer's coming. And that's when the suicides start to happen. It just seems like every summer, 3 or 4 times throughout it, I'm getting a phone call about this guy committed suicide, or, you know, and I'm like, that's what's scaring me. And then sure enough, early June, I get a phone call from her. And you know, when you get those phone calls, sometimes you just have that feeling like this isn't going to be good. And I just knew, I'm like, something's up here. And she's very upset. And she told me one of the members on her staff, who was an Army veteran, committed suicide the night before. And she's like, you know, Brian, you called it. You said the summer's coming and this is going to happen. And she's like, and I just can't believe it happened to, you know, one of my members of my staff. And she asked that, she's like, why is it the summertime? And I told her, in particular with the GWAT veterans, that was what we would call the fighting season in Afghanistan. They would, wintertime, they're back down in Pakistan, the Taliban are. They're just kind of hanging out. And then as soon as the spring comes up, they come back up for Pakistan, and they have the farmers throw out poppy. They grow that, and then they will cultivate it into essentially heroin. And it's what we would refer to as the fighting season. And I was like, I just think a lot of the demons kind of come back up at that time for people.
Yeah, and let me just interrupt you. I just want absolutely on. I was once a counselor for the Agent Orange program of the VA. Mm-hmm. What we call it in the veteran language, what Brian has just discussed, is anniversaries. That's really big on anniversaries. If they got shot or blown up or something on a particular day, boy, coming up on that day for the rest of their lives is horrible. And that triggers these types of suicide incidents that Brian is concentrating on. To answer Casper's question, go back to what I said about being a counselor. I was a counselor in 1990 and a few years on either side, right? So that's 15 years after the Vietnam War, where we had 58,000 and a few more killed, KIA, down. They're not coming home. By that time in 1990, Vietnam veterans had more had committed suicide than had died there. Yeah. 15 years later. So that the numbers as we go forward with all these other different combat vets like Brian, it's so this movie, so the name Tourniquet, I mean, right there, it's like, what's that about?
Yeah, it's I really like how he presented it, because it's about a son. You know, there's a father and a son. So the son served in Afghanistan, and his father served in the Vietnam War. And try not to give away too much of the movie, but, you know, different wars, but kind of same issues. And you'll see during it, one kind of gets reminded by the demons and starts going down a dark path, where the other starts to find redemption. and starts to, build the courage to live and, not just kind of go down a path of destruction. And it's just anyone, Al, I can send you the script and you'll read it and it will just blend right into like a personal story for you. It's a very personal, I think, to all veterans that we can all relate to. And it's really captivating, I think, for the audience. My wife read the first page of the script and was just totally sucked in by it. He does a really great job. And that's where, again, we just want to kind of present something that this is like your next door neighbor. This could be your cousin, your brother, your sister, or loved one. It happens to a lot of us. And I just think this is going to be a very powerful kind of, after you see this movie, you're going to sit there for 30 seconds and not say a word and you're just going to be thinking, what the heck did I just see? But, I think we got to start making the suicide discussion more mainstream. I think it was one of those things we just don't like to talk about, and we kind of hope it kind of goes away, and it's not. And I've really faced this hard in the Raider community, where we've lost a lot of guys to suicide, and we lost 3 guys last summer. And these are guys who were not like, they're sitting in a bar and just drinking their life away. I mean, these are guys, one guy got an MBA from Columbia University and was doing great. There were no big, like, traditional red flags. And I wanted to talk about that after this. But we decided that we're like, hey, listen, instead of just saying like, oh man, suicide's a bad thing, we got to really kind of get in people's face about it. And one thing we all started talking about was, you're giving the enemy a victory. That bullet, it might have just took that bullet 15 years to find you, but the enemy did essentially kill you. And, talking about the collateral damage, that fine, you hit the easy button, you killed yourself. But for the rest of the lives of your friends and family, they're going to be tormented by thinking, what could I have done? Could I have done more for them? And that's truly the horrible part of it. And it's like, hey, pick it up, put that ruck back on your back and get forward with life. I mean, don't just sit there and kill yourself, because that's just the easy way out, and you're giving the enemy a victory. And this summer was the first summer in a while that we didn't have one suicide. So we don't know if that was maybe just having that kind of hard discussion about it where, oh, please don't kill yourself, you got so much to live. Well, no, we kind of turned it back and saying, you're letting the enemy win if you're going to take your life. And maybe something like that triggered something and just kind of got things out there for people to talk about. And, everyone always asks, why is it, or what is it? Like, how do you know if someone's going to do it, or is there any traditional signs? There isn't. And a bunch of the Raiders I've served with, we're all in this one big Signal chat. There's probably like 50 of us on this thing. And we started talking about the suicides. And one guy said, he's like, I want to share something with you. He's like, I got up one morning, all the bills are paid, life is good, not an issue in the world. I made a cup of coffee and I'm ready to walk out on my porch and just take in a beautiful San Diego morning. And he's like, as I walked outside and sat down, a voice in my head said, today you're going to kill yourself. And he's like, and I put my coffee down and I was ready just to walk in my house, walk up my stairs, grab my gun and do it. But as soon as I opened that door, he kind of went, whoa, what the heck? And was like, what is going on here? And kind of thought about it, sat down, started processing it, and was like, it was so scary of just how nonchalant it was. Like, hey, go upstairs and brush your teeth. Like, it was just kind of like a second nature. And when he shared that story with you, I'm not kidding, guys, 8 more guys rogered up at that point, said, I had the same experience. Just something one day just said, go do this. And I was about to do it. And for whatever reason, I stopped. So it's not like something like, oh, your buddy's going through a divorce or your buddy lost a job. They might be more prone to it. These demons can come up and bite you at any moment. And again, these are things that we got to get out there in the open and not make people feel so isolated or weird. Like, we're all dealing with this.
What separates the military experience with suicide from a civilian in the aspect? There's a lot of people who deal with the suicide issue, but they're also bipolar. And so there's a chemical imbalance or an understanding of that nature. They can deal with it by taking a bipolar medication. And but it that a military experience, something on the battlefield that all these military members have in common? Is it because they've been dealing with death on the battlefield, or is it still something even more?
Let me answer your question before you finish it. There's two things going on in that question. The first thing is trauma is trauma. Whether that trauma occurs on a battlefield or because somebody is trapped in a burning house is immaterial. It's trauma, okay? It's where that trauma comes from. A serious car accident. And here's the deal with post-traumatic stress. It's not a disorder. The D is inappropriate. Post-traumatic stress is what it is. Post, after, what? After what? Traumatic stress. I mean, bam. All right, so here's the way you get post-traumatic stress. There's only three ways. And you can have all three. And unfortunately, that's one of the answers to Casper's question. Because in the military, you experience all three ways to be traumatized. Traumatized, number one, you kill somebody. You actually get to the point where you have to kill another human being. That is trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Second way to get it, that other human being tries to kill you and almost does. Puts 4 bullets in you and somehow you make it. That's trauma number 2. Third trauma is Brian is getting shot up and his buddy is standing next to him watching it happen. And at that moment cannot help Brian. Trauma number 3. So in combat, the soldier, the sailor, the airman experiences all three, sometimes at the exact same moment. So their post-traumatic stress can be serious, but it's all serious. The other thing we found as counselors back in the day, and we dealt almost exclusively with Vietnam veterans, combat veterans of Vietnam, not guys that sat on ships, but guys that rode the boats in the river, and the Marines, we have Army, whatever. 60% of the men and women diagnosed with post-traumatic stress after Vietnam had post-traumatic stress before they even went in the military, which is, I've talked to some researchers at the University of Texas about a year ago about this, and they went, what? What did you just tell me? So what you got is you got some kid that was grown up and beat up by his dad for his whole friggin' life. He's already got post-traumatic stress. Or a girl that comes into the military and she's been raped or abused somehow, she's got post-traumatic stress. Then they put them in the military and shit. So there is a difference, but it isn't, they're not in treatment. And both the person that has this horrible car wreck and her brother dies next to her and all that, the cannabis will work for her and will work for the veteran. I don't mean to interrupt, but I think these are important little facts, historical life that I've led that people need to hear. Because if you think about that, when you're dealing with post-traumatic stress as a veteran, and you're talking to your veteran buddy, girl, boy, whoever that friend is, you got to find out, wait a minute, what happened to you? You know, before you got in the Marines, before you got in the Air Force, what the hell, you know, it's all important. And it's important to listen. And as Brian says, it's important to talk. You have to talk to each other. Veterans have to talk to each other. Civilians that have been traumatized, you need to talk to your husband, your brother, your father, your priest. Talk to somebody. It helps. It really does help. And it helps to avoid these anniversary problems. I'm sorry, Brian. But
yeah, you know, Al, that was perfect. And I was about to say, I mean, that's what I think one of the big parts is that anniversary time. You know, especially I brought up earlier about the fighting season from May through October. You know, I'm sure, Al, you probably have the very similar experiences. I mean, you know, first thing I wake up and I think about is usually combat. And before I go to bed, the last thing I'll think about is usually combat. You know, I still have the dreams and everything. You know, war is it's it's exciting and terrible. And it definitely, I think it envelops itself around your soul. It's always going to be a part of you. Even when I first got into Marine Corps, and I don't care what people say, when you see people with a bunch of medals and all this stuff, you're like, man, that looks so cool. And I want to be like that. And, you get into these units, and trust me, I loved going to combat. I loved being in the infantry and reconnaissance and special operations. Like, I wanted to do that. There is no play a little violin for me, like what they do to you. No, I wanted that. But it comes at a cost. And you're just never going to be the same person again. And I think, to Al's point, you got to talk about and have these conversations. For me, it's very therapeutic just to have conversations with people and talk about things I experience. I know other people, they don't like to, and that's fine. That's their journey. But it's definitely something that will always be with me. It's always going to be with every veteran. And you're going to have these demons that you're never going to beat. You just have to learn to live to fly above them. And it's literally one day at a time. So I think having these conversations and getting it out there that, hey, you're not some weirdo or you're isolated and you're the only one. There's hundreds of thousands of us who are dealing with the same issues that you're dealing with. And
are you taking this to the VA right now, this issue?
Yeah. So to kind of circle back with Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, when we were having this conversation, I'm like, hey, are you ready to, think differently? And that's one thing I really respect about her. You probably never heard of her. She's not out there trying to get the cool little sound bites and all that stuff. She's there to represent the people that voted her in. And, to even give her credit after the Afghanistan debacle, I had some long conversations with her, and she was the only Democrat going into the meetings in Congress. It was all Republicans and one Democrat, but she went in there after the conversations her and I had. And I wrote a 25-page paper, all cited, no kidding, with all this stuff about things we need to do to start looking at things differently for our men and women who served, and not going down the traditional routes of just give them a bunch of opiates and numb them up and hopefully the problem goes away. There's no kidding, Al, you've said it many of times during our conversations. There's been no plant that's been studied more than a cannabis plant. There's a ton of research out there showing the benefits. We're seeing the benefits of psychedelics. These are things we need to start looking at, and, helping veterans out to help rebuild them, to help them get that purpose. We're all essentially working dogs. I mean, we all want to go out there and do things. Well, we got to find something that veteran really wants to do, not just give them money every month and again, hope the problem goes away. Give them that purpose in life again. So her and I have been working on this. She was very upfront. She's like, Brian, it's Congress. This is going to be a long slog of a fight to try to get through there. But she's advocating for our research. She's doing a lot. And hopefully we can get Congress to stop looking at this little stupid sound bites they always try to go out there and do, and, circle back on the people that we really should be looking at first to help. And that's our men and women who served in uniform. So hopefully we can get it there one day, but it's going to take all of us to keep talking about it, get things out there. And that's why I'm so hopeful we can get this movie made, because I think it's going to be a really big punch to the gut to everyone that's saying, boy, like, I've kind of turned my back on the veterans, not in a mean way. You just think about other things, but there's these men and women who went out there and signed a blank check payable with their lives, and we're not doing much for them when they come back home. So, we'll see what we can do.
I never understood that, because I being in the military, I can certainly tell you every member of the military matters, and every member of the military is a strong character individual who has really put forth a lot for the people they love. And you would think that their participation, even if it's for just 2 years, would definitely be forever remembered by their country.
Yeah.
I noticed before we get, I know we're getting close to the end here, but I noticed in the write-up on the movie, it mentions that any profits from the movies would be going to veteran organizations in order to help vets.
Yeah. This isn't like hey, let's go out and win an Oscar and be famous. This is something that, we want to put forward to help the men and women who served. And again, this can be some sort of launch pad to help them go live that new life. That's what we're here to do. So no one's, we don't really, the only time we're talking about money is, man, we need to get some money so we can make this movie. But no one's saying, hey, what kind of car are you going to buy afterwards? That's not even on the table. It's how can this help men and women who served?
That's the goal.
Well, and that's certainly true. Being a hemp activist as well, I know that Al can also testify that we are hemp activists because we believe passionately that this plant can be of real benefit, but we're not making any money off of what we're doing. We do it because we love the people around us and we care about the future. So, with that said, Brian, why don't you let people know how they can reach out to you if they care to?
Yeah, I would just say, please, look at that website we have there on the GoFundMe, and anything you can do to help support this movie. That's where my passion lies right now, is really to get this thing built up. I'm also kind of had the call again. I just, I do a lot of reading and just how things are going right now in the world. I decided I want to kind of get back and help out some more on the analytical side. I don't want to kick in any more doors. I think that door might come back and knock me on my old ass. So right now I'm just working on a master's program in Homeland Security and Counterterrorism. And I'm actually using my VA benefits to help pay for that. So there's a lot of things out there to all the veterans. There's a lot of money on the table that you can use that you more than deserve. And I'm going to Penn State, and they actually kind of really helped me find the right bucket of money to pull from. I'm a 100% disabled veteran, a heart, got shot up in Afghanistan, and I was going to use what they would call your Chapter 33 benefits to pay for school. And they're like, well, why don't you use your Chapter 31 or see if you can. And the Chapter 31 is not more or less, hey, go out and get a college degree. It's use this money to get a degree so you can find a job. And I need to get this master's degree so I can go work for Homeland Security or one of the other agencies out there. So I'm actually using my Chapter 31 benefits that I didn't really know existed. And I still have my Chapter 33 if I want to use that later in life, if I want to get a PhD or things like that. And there's also things that like my family can use off of this as well. My wife can go get another degree. My kids, their schooling will be paid for. So there's a lot of benefits out there. So I just really advocate for people to go out there, go meet with a counselor on your VA benefits, and just find what is out there. Because unfortunately, the government will not advertise the money you can get. But if you work hard at it, you can find ways to get that taken care of. So,
and just in case anybody's worried, every benefit that Brian is talking about, cannabis will not interfere with it.
Right.
Cannabis has nothing to do with anything. The VA doesn't care about your use of cannabis other than they want to know therapeutically how well it does for you. But you won't lose any benefits. So we just have to repeat that.
So that means that they can, if they're out there listening, that means they can also be for country and cannabis, right?
Absolutely. There you go. Yeah.
And
for country and cannabis.
And in order to read this, they're going to have to be able to keep the pace of the educational system around them. And to do that, there's a groovy network that can help in Canada, right, Al?
Yes, there is. Pace Network. Find us at paceradio.net.
Oh, here we go. Cameo appearance.
Yep. This is
cameo appearance.
Yeah, I gotta bring the dog up.
Yeah, with dog people, we everybody on this screen, folks, has a dog or more. What do you got? You got two of these guys, right?
Yeah, this is Juno, so they're a poodle. So his sister is literally jumping on us right now. I'll pull her up.
Yeah, well,
they are adorable.
And this is Chewy.
And yeah, the girl's got, what, she got a pink or a purple collar. Oh, yep. She's a girl. That's a girl. Yeah.
But she is the most fiery one of them all, though. She was the runt of the litter. And I think she just wants to prove her toughness every day. So she jumps on the attacks and everything. So, right, Chewy? There you go.
Very pretty. Very pretty.
Well, and I want to thank our audience for tuning in today. Remember, the next time you see me, you'll know that it's time for hemp.
Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and so housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp. Why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0500 420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Used to wake up stuck in grayscale. Same four walls, same still air. Brain like a TV stuck on static. Couch my kingdom vacant stare. Then a friend said, man, try something. Brown back porch, half a moon. Bit the stem, laughed at nothing. Suddenly colors filled the room. Weed and mushrooms. Made my depression walk out the door. Left his keys on the table. Said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters. Then watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Heartbeat drumming in my ribcage. Floorboards breathing with my feet. Every shadow started dancing to a rhythm under the street. Saw my scars turn into rivers flowing out beyond the blame. Took a toe, took off the armor, heard my own voice say my name. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left his keys on the table, said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters, then watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Yeah, I talked with the ceiling. Said I've been down here too long. Then the lamp turned to a lighthouse, flashing out a four-note song. Oh, yeah. I was barefoot in the backyard, every heartbeat on the one. Laughed so hard I broke the handcuffs, felt my body weight like lead.
The first story we have is coming to us from StratCan, and it's based here in Nova Scotia. The RCMP in Nova Scotia conduct inspections at 5 Indigenous cannabis storefronts. The Northeast Nova Scotia District RCMP say they conducted inspections at 5 Indigenous cannabis storefronts and seized illegal cannabis on March 3rd. Officers conducted inspections at these cannabis storefronts in Eskasson First Nation, Potlotek First Nation, and Paknaket First Nation, as well as Waikoba First Nation under the authority of the Nova Scotia Cannabis Control Act. Officers issued summary offense tickets and seized cannabis products. The investigations are ongoing, and more information will be released when available. Nova Scotia's provincial government recently called on law enforcement to take action against unlicensed cannabis stores selling cannabis products. The Nova Scotia RCMP responded to this announcement by saying they have no plans to change their approach to addressing illegal cannabis in the province. A Nova Scotia RCMP spokesperson noted that in 2025, officers charged 21 people with more than 50 offenses after executing search warrants at 13 unlicensed cannabis storefronts in the province. And just so you know, employees at those storefronts, most of them have had their charges dropped. I just know a couple of them. Nova Scotia RCMP have also pushed back on recent claims about illicit cannabis from the provincial government, including claim that the police have found fentanyl in cannabis from illicit sources. In a post on Facebook, on March 3rd, here we go. SIPACNIC chief Michelle Glasgow commented on the raids, noting that the community would be implementing checkpoints for those entering their territory. A bill to amend Nova Scotia's cannabis legislation was introduced in the legislature on Wednesday with the goal of giving the government more authority to enforce stronger enforcement.
Clipboards, sneakers, green leaf pins on our shirt, waiting at the crosswalk, counting out the hurts, name tags, diagnosis, stories written on our skin. They call it a crime, call it medicine. We walk for our medicine, feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching, patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine, risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are. Here we are again. Kitchen tables, late nights, printed studies, highlighted lines, grandma's hand shaking, but she still reads every sign. Ask me why I'm here on cardboard in a grip. They threatened her freedom. She tightened her fist. We walk for our medicine. Feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching, patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We walk for our medicine. Risk on our backs, but we still step. If care is a crime, then here we are. Here we are again. Sleeves roll, scars out, stories told around. bring the clinic to the car. Here we work for our medicine, feet on the ground like a heartbeat rhythm. Patience teaching, patience again. Pass that truth like a torch in the wind. We work for our medicine, risk on our backs, but we still step in. If care is a crime, then here we are. Here we are. Crack the window, man. Crack the window, man. It's funky in there. Got that loud in the jar smell hitting through the glass. Pass once, eyes low, whole crew finna crash. Ash on my shirt, got burns on the couch. Neighbor at the door like, what's that about? Sticky on my fingers when I break that nug. Whole block know when we spark that thug. That funk in the room got the paint all wavy. Head so hazy, talking slow, move lazy. Yeah, stanky weed in the air, yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that flavor. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air, yeah. Whoa, whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air. Back porch vibes, old boombox knocking. 2 puffs in, whole crew start rocking. Cousin in the corner trying to freestyle sloppy. Laugh so hard that the ash hit the lobby. Grease on the pan, cooking snacks at 2. Munchie run wild when the pack came through. Eyes like slits, but the grin real wide. Got funk in my lungs, got love in my stride. Stanky weed in the air, yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that flavor. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air, whoa. Whole place jump when the smell get there. We just float, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air. Got me sinking in the sofa, mind on mute. Homie talking about life like an old kung fu. Hit that. Room smell rich like $100 bill stack. Room smell rich like $100 bill stack. Stanky weed in the air, yeah. Funk so thick you can taste that flavor. Roll it up, pass that share. We don't rush nothing, we just tilt that prayer. Stanky weed in the air, whoa. Whole place jump when the smell get there. We just flow, don't care. Stanky, stanky, stanky in the air. Got my hands in the mix, call it living gospel.
Top dress love on the top layer. Every crime got a story in it.
Warm cast rain, little black gold bag while I'm night shift working.
Horse herd turned into plant fuel. Micro life having quiet meetings.
Organic tea in a 5-gallon swirl.
Bubble up.
That brew keep breathing.
Chemical free in a small ass room. Just faith, just fungus, just feeling.
Growing cannabis, praying to the compost. Every leaf singing thank you to the earth.
Salt free, clean feed, Bruce doing long toast. This is living organics. This is what it's worth.
Oh yeah, growing cannabis,
talking to the worm slow. every part of planet turning under my feet.
From the
Ship to the shine,
watch the buzz glow.
watch the buzz glow. This is living organics. This is what we told. Cow milk, sea breeze in a pay bag. Potassium boost when they start to sag. Little cow mag fix when the fans look tired.
Nitrogen rich when the stems want fire.
Blood meal sprinkled like a secret spell. Seabird guano straight from the swell. Green sand, rock dust, deep old bones, phosphorus stash for the stacking cola.
Worms in the bed, they clocking at dawn.
Turn old leaves into living soil. I just water, just wait, just trust the blend. Let the soil do the work. That's the best kind of friend. Growing cannabis, spraying to the compost. Every leaf singing thank you to the earth. Salt free, clean feed, roots doing long toes. This is living organics. This is what it's worth. Yeah. Growing cannabis, talking to the worm slow. Every part of planet turning under my feet.
From the
Shit to the shine.
watch the buzz glow.
Watch the buds glow. This is living organics. This is what we told. Oh yeah, yeah. Growing cannabis. Growing cannabis. Yeah.
Boots in a rose. Sun on my neck, yeah, it's running low. Green on my gloves, sticky little fingers where the scissors go.
Where the scissors go.
You laugh, you look
Wreck, I say, baby, that's the whole project. We got jars in the shed, and the sky smelling sweet over our head.
yeah, sticky fingers in the summer. Cut it down,
Hang it up,
let it cure my trouble. Got that heavy, heavy harvest on my mind. You roll, I press, we get blessed by the mess. Yeah, we living in a good kind of grind. Yeah.
I'm humming that blue note. Sap on my shirt, stain on my coat. I'm dancing through stems, little green halo hanging off my hands. You say this works rough.
I say
Feel that back.
that's enough.
We both laugh till it hurts. Hands full of gold from the dirt.
Sticky fingers in the summer. Cut it down,
Hang it up,
let it cure my trouble. Got that heavy, heavy harvest on my mind. You roll, I press, we get blessed by the mess. Yeah, we living in a good kind of grind.
fingers tacky, lips all cracked, but the whole damn field got our back.
You say it smell like getting free. I say
That's just how it's supposed to be.
you trim,
I press,
you curse, I bless.
we talk our talk.
In the roast till dark.
Let the funk hit the barn like a spark.
Let the funk hit the barn like a spark. Hey. Sticky fingers in the summer. Cut it down,
Hang it up,
let it cure my trouble. Got the heavy, heavy harvest on my mind. You roll, I press, we get blessed by the mess. Yeah, we living in the good
kind of grind.
yeah, yeah, we living in the
Good kind of grind. Ooh, ooh, ooh. crumbled bag on the coffee table, green dust on my thumbs. You laugh, say my eyes look ancient. We ain't even started to run. Past the grinder, past the time. Ashtray full of last week's plans. You light up, I watch the flame dancing in your shaky hands. Cannabis, you keep me honest. Slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bong. Hell yeah. Couch got dance with our names in it. Same groove, same old show. You call, then you start confessing things you never let me know. Cherry glowing in the dim, whole room smells like late July. I lose track of every worry. Watch the circles climb and die. Cannabis, you keep me honest. Slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of ash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bong, We've been running from the blaze all week. Now we faded just to feel that peace. If tomorrow hits a little too hard, save a little in the jar. Cannabis, you keep me honest. Slow my head when it's all too strong. Little bit of hash on the edges, mix it in and it all feels calm. From the pipe to the tall glass tower, every breath just drifts along. Spark it up, let it burn, let it burn. We're singing to the fire in the bone.
Here's a paper crack. Oh, he comes trotting in. Click clack. Tuxedo suit, little French dash, wide low, wobbling down the track. Oh. Tail up like a flag in war, gold eyes locked on my floor. Her motor rumbling, hungry roar, and he acting like he owns the door. Steven the stoner cat comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, parks where my heart is at. Burn like a spaceship, loud and mad. Steven the stoner cat, big bite, tiny little stairs, screaming like a siren when he wants it back. Yeah, Steven the stoner cat. He struts in slow entrance grand like he's headliner of the band. Flops down heavy on my hand, pushing, shoving, you'll understand. Yells once, then twice, then three, echo bouncing off the TV. King of crumbs and company, high priest of the lazy seed. haze. Whiskers twitching, chasing little colored waves. Bad belly rising like a rolling moon. Pause near time. Rewinding the room. He blinks once, I lose a day. He blinks twice, world melts away. Yeah, even the stone comes running when he smells that drag. Jumps up, pops where my heart is at. Burn like a spaceship, loud and red. Steven the stoner cat, big body, tiny little stage, screaming like a siren when wants to beg. Yeah, Steven the stoner cat.
Cannabis leaf on my lanyard, box of TY by my feet, exhibitors and large crowds to educate. Cannabis plants on display, real green, yes, real green. Old man stops, says what you selling. I laugh, just clearing the haze with TY on the table. That's what's changing minds. Cannabis plants at the Home and Garden Show. TY pages in your hand. Take it home. Learn about natural medicine. Watch your knowledge grow. Yeah. We bring the truth and patient stories where they never thought it would ever go. Cannabis plants at the Home and Garden Show. People advocating cannabis education, brochures, links to bigger hope. Beside the grills and garden gnomes, we're talking tinctures. Talking, smoking, talking alternatives. Kids walk by with cotton candy. Mom, slow down. Dad's leaning close. Is this legal? Is this helpful? Let me tell you what we know. Cannabis plants at the Home and Garden Show. TY pages in your hand. Take it home. Learn about natural medicine. Watch your knowledge grow. Yeah, we bring the truth and patience stories where they never thought it would ever go. Bright lights, TY magazine on the table. Cannabis plants on display. They ask, can we touch it? Can we smell it? Someone chuckles. We tell them how it helps. We're not hiding in a corner. We're right here in the flow. Hand to hand, heart to heart with TY magazine at the Home and Garden Show. watch your knowledge grow. Yeah. We bring the truth and patient stories where they never thought it would ever go. Cannabis plants at the home and garden show. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah.
Coochie coochie mama strutting down the block, one heel, one sneaker, two different color socks. Got that silver handled cane swinging like a clock. Says, baby, watch me wobble, I still make the whole room stop. Coochie coochie mama, shake that cane, don't drop. Little limp in her hip, but she's still climbing to the top. Coochie coochie mama, painted lips that talk. Got a crooked little body, but I still rock. Print jacket smells like cheap perfume. Laughing so loud, she just owns the room. Taps the cane on the floor, keeps time when the band gets loose. Says I dance how I can, baby, what's your excuse? Coochie coochie mama, shake that cane, don't drop. Little limp in the hip, but she's still climbing to the top. Coochie coochie mama, painted lips that tall. Got a crooked little body, but I still rock. Sticky thumbs rolling on the carpet, laughing at a movie that we never even started. Red eyes tracing all the ceiling cracks, talking about the future, then we lose the thread. Relax, is our hash first, it builds on tremors, soft little towers I don't understand. Going proof of every time that I left, first concentrate, that glow of my past. Reason on my hands, brown little halo, crumbs in the tray, and the ash moves slow. You hold up your scissors, say look what we made. Tiny dark planets orbiting a lazy day. Scissor hash first, it builds on tremors, soft little towers I don't understand. Going through of every time that I left, first concentrate, that glued up my past.
Brain like a TV stuck on static. Couch my kingdom vacant still. Then a friend said, man, try something. Brown back porch, half a moon. Bit the stem, laughed at nothing. Suddenly colors filled the room. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left its keys on the table. Said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters and watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Heartbeat drumming in my ribcage, floorboards breathing with my feet. Every shadow started dancing to a rhythm under the street. Saw my scars turn into rivers flowing out beyond the blame. Took a toe, took off the armor, heard my own voice say my name. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Left his keys on the table, said I don't live here anymore. I shook hands with all my monsters, then watched them melt right into the floor. Weed and mushrooms made my depression walk out the door. Yeah, I talked with the ceiling. Said I've been down here too long. Then the lamp turned to a lighthouse, flashing out a 4-note song. Oh, yeah. I was barefoot in the backyard, every heartbeat on the one. Laughed so hard I broke the handcuffs, felt my body weight like posters on the lamppost, jock signs on the ground, friend rolling up from every side, filling up downtown. Drummers on the corner, tie-dye flags held high, mamas with their strollers, sharing lighters, sharing time. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside door. We're the cloud outside your door. Glass pipes on a blanket, brownies in a pan. Clipboards, pens, petition, change starts hand to hand. Saxophone is wailing, kids dance on the curb. Cops watch from a distance as we chant each burning word. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Steps in rhythm, hearts on beat. From the vendors to the bands, we raise our leafy hands. We get high on the streets, high on the streets. Oh, at the marijuana march, we all agree we're not hiding anymore. We're the cloud outside your door. We're the cloud outside your door. This is more than smoke and joking. This is laws that choke our folks. Grandma must pay yourself for that. Tell me how you justify that. Side by side we blaze a path. Turn that stigma into laugh, into living, into rights, into days in open life. We get high, high on the stars. Steps in rhythm, hearts on the window to the bed. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. So at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're marching, laughing, flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, got trinkets and things. Musicians are jamming on electric guitar strings. Friends gather round now with stories to tell, breaking these old laws. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, we get high on the steps in rhythm, hearts on the windows on the band. We raise our leafy hands, we get high on the street, high on the street. Hey, at the marijuana march, we all agree. Call it protest, call it peace. We're a marching, laughing flame, yeah. Till the law remembers our name. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Oh, no, no. No, no.
Rust on the pickup, coffee gone cold. Same 3 chords, and a heart to hold.
Boot prints on Sunday, Bible on the dash. You left in a rainstorm, I burned up our past.
But every time I swear I'm done, that old ache starts to run. Stone and sugar,
You cut me,
you cure me.
yeah.
I keep
coming back to you.
yeah, sweet and bitter.
Every bruise feels brand new.
You're the worst,
Best thing that I ever knew. I drink like my father, I love like my sin. We fight in the kitchen, then fall back again.
You slam all the doors, I shake all the walls.
I shake all the walls.
You tear up my picture, I answer your call.
I answer your call. I say I'm leaving one last time, but you're wide in my mind. You say, baby,
You're poison,
but you still take a sip.
you say this is the last time. While your hands on my hips,
We're a car crash slow. We're crash slow. We already know.
Middle age, counting ceiling cracks. Coldplay, cooling on his lap. Clock says eat, but his body says pass. Fire in his gut, and the hours crawl past. We're talking loud and loud for the ones who can't sleep, for the ones who can't swallow more pills this week. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories into tidal wave change. In a tidal wave change. He found a leap that let him rest a while. First full meal, first real sleep, small smile, pages filled with the words we never said. Now a magazine on the table is a voice in our head. We're talking loud and loud for the ones who can't eat, for the ones riding shadows of a hospital seat. From the bed to the mic, he's carrying our names, turning quiet little stories in a tidal wave change. Hey, in a tidal wave change. Who speaks for the hurt and the hollow rise down the road we should follow? He just hits record and lets the truth speak plain about sleep, about food, about living past pain. We're talking loud and loud when nobody's wanting, when the law draws a line between relief and sin. He's a pen, he's a voice, he's a late night flame, turning patience into people and a law into change. Oh, yeah, a law into change. Law and a change. Tiny door in the garden, paint chip glowing red, little cap in my palm now. Trust me, something said. Chew the sun with my teeth, sky drip down on my tongue, grass grew out of my fingers, time forgot to run. Spiders turning cartwheels, cloud shaped like my name. Every breath a doorway, rippling flame. Magic mushroom bend my room, walls breathe in and be back by morning. Soon magic mushrooms slow this tune. Rain pours color in my spoon. If I get lost inside this new, promise I'll return to you. Photos on the fridge left. Old ghost pulling up chairs. All my ex-loves in crayons waving from the stairs. I shake hands with my shadow. It's man, you're alright. We swap names in the kitchen. Poor galaxies on ice. Who drew the lines on my body? Who wrote the rules on my skin? Every pattern unravels, every question grins. I float above the ceiling. I talk it down from the left. We agree on a secret planted deep in my head. Mic on, red light, lean in, hit live. Pull up a chair to the table, 2 mugs, 2 minds, 1 cable. Little green leaf on the label, big brave truths on the label.
We got patients on the line from Brazil,
From the Bronx,
from the hills. Stand still, let them talk about pain, about pills, about how this plant help heal what it will.
Protest,
and turn that voice loud. Stories in the smoke, information like powder, blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy. Hey! Glass jar on the desk, just a symbol. Camera on a ring light, simple. Host with the notes in a spiral. Guest with a scar and a trial.
They say I was scared, I was quiet, till one dose cut the storm. Stop the riot, now millions of hearts stay silent, just leaning in closer to the science.
Portraits, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder. Blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
From Cape Town up to Tokyo, late night shift in Ohio. There's a face on every download. There's a life in every episode.
We are not alone in this. Every share is a little risk. Every view is a little fist in the air for the ones we miss. Portraits, and turn that voice louder. Stories in the smoke, information like powder. Blowing cross borders every time we speak. From this small room to a global reach. People listening, people watching in their rooms. Big screen glow, little earbuds too. We pass the mic, turn courage into legacy. Patient advocacy, that's the energy.
Na 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 na. Oh 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 oh. Na 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 na. Passport stamp. Green leaf planet. Step off the bus. Everybody laughing. Market smells sweet and earthy. Old heads talking about the early morning magic. Welcome to the world of cannabis. Slow down, bird up. Can't rush this past that piece like we passed that split. In the world of cannabis. Oh, welcome to the world of cannabis. Big deep breath. Let go that stress. One love, one life, one lifted wish. In the world of cannabis. Oh, hey, oh. Tie-dye shirt, grandma giggling, rolling stories more than rolling anything. Suit and tie, loose in collar. He said, I came for calm, left here taller. Welcome to the world of cannabis. Slow down, brother. Can't rush this past that piece like we passed that split. In the world of cannabis, oh, welcome to the world of cannabis. Big deep breath, let go that stress. One love, one life, one lifted wish. In the world of cannabis, from rooftop gardens to basement jams, we all different, still we hold hands. High or low, we share this air. Feel that care, feel that care.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis. You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. You've been watching Rerolled Saturdays. Thank you to our guests, our hosts, and our viewers. Up next, Rerolled Saturday Nighttime Edition. It gets started at 4 p.m. See you then.